Can I share my screen while making presentation? Because I send one more slide. I sent one more slide yesterday night. Okay.
OK，
So can I share my screen?
他要分享他的屏幕。
While doing yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Hi, this is Akhtar.
Hello, actor.
Yeah, fine. Is it okay?
Yeah, it's okay. Your voice is clear.
Clear, thank you. And
Yeah.
other speaker is clear to me.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think he is from India.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. From Saguna.
Suguna. Yes.
Yeah, Saguna has started business in Bangladesh since few years ago.
Yeah.
I know Saguna's people. They are now trying to have a contract farming.
Yes. Integration.
Yeah, integration. So I think after you, my presentation will be. Thank you very much. Oh. কোন জায়গাটায়? Oh.
Welcome our friends, and our meeting will start at 2:30 p.m.
When can I start sharing my screen, ma'am? Can I share the screen?
I will. I'm the host of the this meeting. I will give a start, and then you can, yeah, share the PowerPoint.
Okay. Thank you.
After 4 minutes, we will start. Okay.
Okay.
这个图片拍的我 Okay, friends, our meeting will start after 1 minute. Dear guests and friends from the poultry industry, greetings to everyone. Welcome to 2023 Lachance Global Forum, Healthy Development of Lean Hens Hepatobiliary. I'm the host of the forum, Tracy. This conference focuses on poultry industry's exchange and cooperation of both China and overseas market, sharing the current situation of lean hens health in various markets, as well as experiences and solutions for preventing fatty liver. We are fortunate to have invited industrial experts and partners who will share their experience and insights in the field of poultry industry. Welcome, Dr. Manuji Kumar from India.
Thank you.
Welcome, Mr. Akhtar Radhaman from Bangladesh. Professor Chapong from Thailand. Professor Ali Agus from Indonesia. Dr. He Bin and Wu Lei from China. During the conference, we'll have a question and discussion session after each speaker's presentation, allowing everyone to delve deeper into the topics and engage in discussions. We have also scheduled break time during the conference. Before we begin, I kindly request that the speakers mute their microphones. Well, now let's start our conference. Welcome to our first guest, Mr. Manuji Kumar from India. Welcome.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Shall I share my screen, madam?
Yeah, you can share your PowerPoint now. Okay.
Can you able
I
to
can
see?
see the PowerPoint now. Yeah. And your voice is also clear. Now you can start.
Okay. Welcome, respected ladies and gentlemen. Today we are going to discuss about current technical challenges in Indian layer market. We are going to first see about Indian layer strains, more chick placement which is currently happening in India, grower nutrition in India, followed by metabolic diseases of layers in India. In Indian layer strains, first we will see about the types of layers in India. There are two types of layers available in India currently. The brown layers, which occupies only 10% of the all layer populations available in India. This is followed by white egg layers, which occupies 90% of the egg layers in India. Why there is more white layers in India compared to the brown egg layers? Because white layers focuses on affordable market and the bird takes less feed intake and the egg weight ranges around 55 to 57 grams in general. When it comes to brown egg layers, it is focused more towards the premium market. The feed intake is more and the egg weight ranges between 60 grams to and above. So there is more white layers present in India, around 90%, and less number of brown layers present. In North India, around 55 gram and above, whatever might be the egg weight, it fetches the same price. Whereas in South India, if you get 57 gram and above, fetches the same price. So bigger eggs are not getting any premium prices in India. Okay. Further, the brown layers, there is an additional premium rate. So the brown egg layers are comparatively less when compared to the white layers. Now we see about Indian brown layer strain. there is only one strain available in India, which is BV380. B stands for Babcock from Venkateshwara. And there are no specific standards for this breed. Why there are no specific standards? Because it was focused for backyard placement only. Nowadays, since they are fetching some premium prices, few farms has been started in the recent 5 years. Now we will see about Indian white layers. Coming to white layers, the population is 285 million white egg layers in India. There are four different strains. First is the oldest strain, Babcock, supplied by Venkateshwara hatcheries. Next is the Bovans from Skylark, where they initially came with the blue, now they see place the green. We will see the difference between blue and green in the next slide. Next came the Lohman. Previously, Sugna used to supply Lohman. Now it is supplied by JK Group in South India and Love Farms in North India. And finally, the Highline White. Previously, Highline came to India and they were directly supplying chicks. Now they are supplying through Srinivasa hatcheries. Srinivasa hatcheries previously used to supply Babcock chicks. What is the difference between Bovans blue and green? Here the difference, this is the old breed, this is the advanced breed. The difference is in terms of feed intake as well as body weight gain, which we will see in the forthcoming slides with data. Next, we are going to see about the strain characteristics. I already told there are four different strains, Babcock, Bovans, Lohman and Highline. So as per the breed record, okay, we can keep Babcock up to 80 weeks, but people are keeping up to 100 weeks. Other remaining breeds are kept up to 100 weeks. But Babcock is still holding the largest market share. Why it is holding the largest market share? First of all, it is the India's oldest breed, and it is the most adaptive breed to the Indian harsh environment, as well as it was adapting well to the molting. But how Bovans gained the market share when they entered? Because they are the first breed to enter into India with the concept of 100 weeks. So they slowly started gaining market share. When it comes to Lohman, they told they are the very big size egg producers. Of course, they made a very good entry, but later they faced prolapse. We will discuss in detail about the prolapse connected with Lohman. And finally, the Highline, which came with the concept of least quantity of feed consuming breed. That means it consumes very less feed to produce the same number of eggs. But point is that it is less disease resistance. So, of course, Babcock has its own disadvantages. Like initially there will be small sized eggs, later there will be broken eggs. That's why even though it produces 483 eggs, not all the eggs are saleable. Initial eggs cannot be sold because it is so small in size, and later eggs you can see lot of broken eggs. Coming to Bovans and Lohman, they lay up to 479 eggs to 481 eggs in a span of 82 weeks. That is the laying period. And finally, the Highline, this even though it is the least feed consuming, it also produces around 466 eggs. These are all the breed characteristics. Now we will see the difference in the feed intake. If you take all these are white Lachance strains, you can notice Highline strain is having the lowest feed intake. See here the feed intake 5640 grams. That is the Highline feed intake. Even Babcock also takes the same quantity, but Babcock is not that called as the lowest feed intake breed. We will see what is the reason. See, coming to Lohman, they are large sized birds. So they take around 6181, roughly about 570 grams higher when compared to the Highline as well as Babcock. I told there is a difference between Bovans blue and Bovans green. You can see there is around 224 grams higher feed intake in the first 18 weeks of age. Okay, what about the remaining period? Up to 100 weeks, Highland is the least feed consuming breed, around 64 kilograms its take. When it comes to Lohman from all the three suppliers, now Suguna stopped supplying Lohman, whereas Lohman from Love Farms as well as Lohman from JK, they supply around birds which can consume around 67 kilograms. The Bovans blue, the previous breed is, the old breed is consuming 67, but later breed is consuming more. That is the difference as well as the body weight gain. Babcock You see, initially it is consuming as equal to hyaline, but during the later ages, the consumption keeps on increasing. It is the highest feed consuming bird. Of course, that's why it is getting best adapted to all kind of environment. So first we have seen about two types of layers, brown and white. On brown there is only one strain, on white there are four strains, and we saw each strain has its own advantages as well as disadvantages. Each has its own positive and unique characteristics, and Babcock still holding the largest market share. Next we see about more chick placement in India. First we will see about underweight chicks in India. What are underweight chicks? If you have the younger parents tend to produce small size eggs when compared to the standard size eggs. Obviously, when you place these younger parents for hatching, you will have the chicks which is weighing less in terms of body weight. These are all weak chicks. There will be less immunity, there will be less feed intake, leading to yolk sac infection. What is yolk sac infection? We will discuss in detail in the forthcoming slides. So there is high mortality. So currently, whenever they face this issue, a combination of injectable antibiotic as well as vitamin supplement is being done. But why they are placing eggs from younger parents? Actually, the heavy competition forces chick companies to place younger chick from younger parents. Then the question arises, why there is heavy competition in India? Currently, as per the data, India is the second largest producer of egg, produces around 6.7 million metric tons of eggs. This indicates there are more chick placement happening in India for last few years, and there is heavy competition between companies for gaining their market share. So this forces the companies to place younger chicks. Next comes feed particle size. How feed particle size is relevant with the underweight chicks, that we are going to see in this forthcoming slides. The feed intake will get affected, okay, if the birds are not taking the bigger feed particle size. But why there is a biggest issue if there is less or no feed intake in chicks? Chicks after hatching will have yolk left in their body, which is called the yolk sac. It is for supplementing the energy. But when the chicks started taking the feed, the yolk will disappear. But if the yolk remain as such, it will lead to yolk sac infection. Why these weak chicks are taking less feed? It can take sufficient feed as well. Why it is not so? Because your feed crumbles, chick crumble is having both bigger feed particle size as well as smaller feed particle size. Here chicks are not in a position to take, especially weaker chicks, to take the bigger feed particle size. They will take only the remaining leftover lower feed particle size, smaller feed particle size. Ultimately, the feed intake is less, yolk sac is not observed. You will get typical yolk sac infection like this. At farm level, we get, while doing postmortem, we got yolk sac infection like this. Here you can see the feed intake is happening, but the feed intake quantity is not sufficient. It was taking only the finer particles. It is unable to take the coarser particles. So feed intake was not sufficient and yolk sac infection happened at farm level. Now farmer typically used to ask the question, why there is a yolk sac infection? It came from nature. Okay, it should not get infected. Then I tell the example between water and milk. If you keep water for 8 hours in a room temperature, nothing will happen. You can drink the water later. But if you keep the milk for 8 hours, obviously it gets spoiled. Why? Because milk is having all the essential nutrients, be it protein, fat, minerals, vitamins, everything available in the liquid form, which is readily available for the microbes to get it spoiled. The same applies for yolk sac. Yolk sac is having all the nutrients in the liquid format readily available to get it spoiled. Hence, there is a stipulated time beyond which yolk sac cannot remain inside the chick. Then there is a simple question. Okay, can we reduce the feed particle size? Because we know there are a lot of problems. We are getting weaker chicks. Okay, it will get solved after a few years. But for that, the answer is no. Then the question arises, why, sir? First, we have to understand the poultry digestive system. before we arrive at a conclusion of reducing feed particle size. To take a bird, you take the entire digestive system, nowhere the grinding happens except the gizzard. That's why gizzard is so strong and it is called as the muscular stomach. So the entire digestive system depends on the gizzard for grinding whatever the bird takes in. So the feed particle size is having a connection with gizzard. How it is connected? Let me quote with an example. A bodybuilder is doing exercise to get bigger muscles by using a bigger dumbbells or a heavy dumbbells. The same thing, the coarser the feed particle size it will be, better it will be for the development of the gizzard. That's why if you have a backyard chicken, you can able to see stones inside the gizzard if you are feeding finer particle size. If it is turkey, you got a bigger stones. If it is an ostrich, you can see even bigger. Even in emu also, you can see bigger stones. Why? The bird knows it needs coarse particles. We cannot add stone inside, hence we have to give crumble of optimum size. Then they left with what is the solution. The question arises with the farmer. When I ask the farmer, can you do weighment from 12 a.m. to 4 a.m.? Generally, farmer asks, why I should weigh during early times? This is the time the chicks will get placed. You do the weighment and ensure you are accepting those chicks which are meeting the weighment standards. If you are not accepting, then you have to reject. Then what is the standard weighment? Around 36 to 38 gram is the standard weighment. When it comes to Babcock, it is little bit smaller. 1 gram of luxury is there. So where do the big chicks weigh? It will be 3 to 4 grams less than the normal chicks. Suppose if you are getting 10 to 5 percentage of big chicks, is generally not, when generally we cannot avoid those things. We can grade those chicks, okay, and treat them separately. Now the question is, why I need to grade the chicks? I can treat them along with the healthy chicks. The point is that the management for the weak chick, the management for the healthy chicks is totally different. Here, for example, a farmer placed weak chicks along with healthy chicks, and he had reduced the height of the drinker, thinking that it will help the weak chicks because she cannot jump to have the water. But the healthy chicks are struggling to get the water. One important thing, this is the very close up photograph. Generally, we go towards chicks, chicks tend to run. Here, the head got trapped, so they could not run. Why the head got trapped? The iron bar height is kept too low. Why it is kept too low? Because here a weak chick is there. If they kept too high, the weak chicks might escape out of the cage. So they placed weak chicks, strong chicks together, and they reduced the height according to the weak chicks. Now strong chicks are struggling for feed intake as well as they are struggling to take the head back. So we must grade and we can treat the chicks if there are only 10 to 5% of weak chicks are available. Here feeding, drinking, everything will vary, not only the treatment. Finally, we will see about initial vaccination challenges in the first topic. What are all the initial vaccination challenges? The question arises why there is a vaccination challenge. Actually, the schedule is very tight during the first 2 weeks. Without, hence farmers are so busy, they without checking the bird health status, they go for vaccination. You take Highline and Lomond, there are around 4 vaccinations in the first 1 week. When it comes to Owens Blue, initially it was 2 vaccination in first 7 days. Later, with the advanced breed, they got onto 3 vaccination. Babcock still follows 2 vaccination. So there is very hectic schedule running over here. So farmers don't find the time to check the health of the bird prior to vaccination. But sometimes vaccination is not good if you don't do prior health checkup. Why? If a bird is already suffering with any infection, if you do vaccination, it will be counterproductive. The mortality will increase. Here you can see the farm record. You don't need to worry about the numbers. In the next slide, I will show the expanded version. Here you can see mortality keeps on there. Just notice during 15th March 21, this person had vaccinated IB Lasota plus Lasota. There you can see there is a spike in terms of mortality. If you see the next slide, you will understand clearly where I put it in the table. 10th March, day 1, day 2, day 3, the mortality is not that much. There is some infection happened during the 13th of March and it got raised. The farmer did not ask the question why the mortality has risen. shall we do the treatment? Instead, he allowed for the vaccination. After vaccination, the mortality is increased to 831, and the next day it is 340. It was during the morning itself. And the most important thing to notice, the vaccination done in morning 11 a.m. So he was complaining on our field, due to your field there is so much mortality. Actually, we checked the farm record, then we did the postmortem. You can see majority of the birds died due to yolk sac infection. You can see the unabsorbed yolks all over here. And few chicks died to the vaccination stress. Why vaccination stress? Because they done vaccination at 11 a.m. When I asked, generally vaccination should be done at night. He told, sir, the vaccinators are quite busy. They told they may not be available next day. So this is the case. Hence, instead of running behind the schedule, if you notice whether the bird is healthy or not, after that, if we do vaccination, then vaccination will help, or else it might be counterproductive. So first we saw about underweight chicks. Then we discussed on why there is the pressure on the company, because we are the second largest egg producer. So there is a pressure on company to produce more number of chicks. So underweight chicks bound to be there. Then we saw about feed particle size. In that we saw about the role of feed particle size connected with the healthy gizzard, and we cannot reduce feed particle size beyond a point. Finally, we saw yolk sac infection. Then we talk about initial vaccination challenges, where during the first week, the vaccination schedule is too hectic. So they were in a position to vaccinate those birds only after checking the health. But farmers are not doing that. Because of that, vaccination is counterproductive. Next, we discuss about grower nutrition in India. This is the most ignored nutrition in India. We are going to see why grower nutrition is the most ignored nutrition in India. You see, current situation during first and second week, there will be mortality, huge mortality in chicks if you are not giving a proper feed. So people take utmost care for chicks. So whenever they place chicks, prior to placement, they purchase the feed. Next come during the laying phase. If you are doing any mistake by today, tomorrow you may not get a proper egg production. So what people used to do, they give proper feeding for layers. But when it comes to the chick stage, later chick stage, as well as the entire grower stage, you will see least mortality and there is no egg production. Generally, they used to ignore this stage. They may go for their own feeding, they may go for the cheaper feeding, they may mix other raw materials and try to reduce the cost of production. See, that's what's happening in our feed sales area also. We get the highest order from layers. Next highest order is from chicks. Grower, many areas we don't used to get orders because people think companies branded feed is higher cost. Let us go for our own feed. Let us try to reduce the cost over here. But grower nutrition is very much important for bone growth of birds. Now we will see why bone growth of birds is so important. Here, the current wild Lachance strains, whatever it may be it Babcock, Bowens, Highline, as well as Lowman, up to 12 weeks, the bone growth will be good. After that, there is no much bone growth. So hence it is not advisable to add anything oil in the later stage to achieve the desired body weight. So if we achieve as per the standard body weight, then we will get tall, lean birds. Or else you might get short round birds if you try to add oil in the later stage of the growers. Why we need tall lean birds? Because it is very well connected with egg productions. How it is connected, we are going to see in the next slide. See, the eggshell contains a calcium up to 2 grams. It comes from two sources. It derives calcium from the two sources. First comes from the nutrition, where major part of the calcium, around 80%, goes from feed and nutrition only, 1.6 gram. Remaining 20%, that minor part of the calcium comes from the bones. This is happening in morning. Then the question arises, is it possible to supply 479 eggs multiplied by 0.4 grams of calcium from a single bird. Actually, it is not possible. Then how the bird is managing? During the night time, calcium gets replaced in the bone. Okay. So the calcium, imagine 0.4 gram of the calcium is spent. The deposit will be such that 0.399 or 0.395 like that. That's why the bone strength keep on losing towards the culling period. That means the bone strength of the younger bird will be better, whereas the bone strength of older bird will be very weak. So this is the calcium cycle. Okay, now the question is then why there is a problem? Even if it is small bone, it will get replaced. Even if it is bigger bone, it will get replaced. Why I should need a lean, tall bird rather than a short, round bird, both weighing the same weight? The difference is metaphysis, that is medullary bone, which is the central portion of the bone, and the epiphysis, the round portion of the bone. Here it is a tall, lean birds. It is having very long bones. The middle part is having more calcium. So whenever the egg production is happening, the calcium will go from here and it will get replaced. But when it comes to short round birds, the middle portion is somewhat small. So what it will happen, after a particular point, there will be a calcium depletion will happen in the medullary region. So they have no other option. They will should go for the round portion, which is epiphyseal portion. Here the point is we can take calcium away from this, but we will not be in a position to replace the calcium. So ultimately you can see lot of lameness issue. So generally we have a question from the farmers. Sir, we are doing farming right from for 3 generations. Our grandfather used to do poultry farming. Okay, we are also doing poultry farming. Okay, and our sons are also doing poultry. Last 10 years only we are facing these problems on lameness. Previously we don't face that much. See, previously the breed were kept up to 72 weeks only. That means around 200 to 300 eggs only it will be produced. That's why Backup has one more name called as BV300. BV300 stands for Babcock from Venkatesh Sevra hatcheries, which can produce up to 300 eggs. But nowadays, the strains got improved. We can keep birds up to 100 weeks and we can get up to 483 eggs, which is the highest in Babcock. But few people keep up to 120 weeks also. They give second molting, they keep on keeping the birds. So from a bird, around 500 eggs also, many people are getting. So in earlier stage, if they have any issue, for example, generally during the initial stage, you may not face any issues. But at the later stage, for example, at the age of 67 weeks, 68 weeks, if they face any issue means, anyway, they are going to do the culling by 72 weeks. They will cull 5 weeks in advance. That is the luxury what the old strains got. Where it comes to new strains, you have to keep up to 100 weeks. Some people keep on up to 110 weeks also. So we don't have the luxury. So if any lameness happens by 70 weeks, we cannot cull those birds. So we are keeping these birds for a longer period of time. So the initial fundamental work, that is chick and grower nutrition first 18 weeks of age, is very much important. Is there other reason for lameness apart from egg production? Yes, there is other reason why that is happening. See, the bird are used to stand in a slopy cage. Okay, they don't stand in a straight cage. It is like the birds are wearing high heels for 82 weeks continuously, day in, day out. That means 24/7 into 82 weeks. So there will be always huge pressure on the legs. So unless you have very strong bone development, which happens in the first 12 weeks, followed by strengthening of the bird nutrition, you will have a problem of lameness in the later age, because initially bird used to stand for 52 weeks in the slopy cage. Now it must stand for another extra 30 weeks. So there is extra pressure. To bear that extra pressure, we need that extra strength. So first we saw about most ignored nutrition, bone growth. Next we will see about weight gain in growers. First we will see about the thumb rule of 250 grams, because there are many different strains are available. if you follow the thumb rule, it will be easy to monitor the weight gain. Be it highline, Lohmann, bovans, as well as Babcock. There is a very huge difference in terms of feed intake, but when it comes to weight gain, almost 250 grams you will reach. Leave about the extra 5 grams or minus 5 grams here. Almost you will see 250 grams will reach by about week 4. By about week 7, almost 500 grams the birds will reach. By about week 10, around 750 grams the bird will reach. By about week 14, you will reach 1 kilogram. By about 18th week, you will reach 1 to 50 grams. You can see there is a difference of 3 grams, 5 grams, some 25 grams like that. Okay. So there is no much difference in terms of body weight gain. So what we must do? Keep the weight always little bit more than a standard. For example, here my standard is 180 gram. I should try to achieve 190 gram. Why? What is the reason? When they gave the standard, we can follow the standard. Why we should be little bit ahead of the standard means there is repeat stress happening during this age, because right from the day old till 18 weeks, all your vaccination will get completed. During this time only, by about 7 to 10 days, there will be debeaking, followed by second debeaking during 10th to 12th week. So birds undergo regular pressure, as well as we are going to shift birds from brooding to grower cage or else chick cage to grower cage during this phase. From at the later age, we are going to transfer these growers into layer cage. So there is always a moment, there is always a vaccination, there is debeaking. All these things put enormous pressure on the body weight. So if you are going to keep the body weight little bit on the higher side, it can counter what are all the stress factors it is facing. Now, the most important thing, which is very important for the farmers, about the cost contribution per egg production. Per egg production, what is the cost and how it is relevant with grower nutrition in India. Why the cost production means farmer tries to reduce the cost through feed, because feed contributes the major cost in egg production. See, total, if you say the feed intake for 100 weeks will be, for hyaline it is standing at 64 kilogram, Babcock it is 69 kilograms, remaining bovans, Lohmann around 67 kilograms. The advanced bovans feed up to 68 kilograms. That's what we had seen. In the grower feed is hardly 4.3 to 4.5 kg. Even if you include chick feed also, hardly 5.6 kg to 6.1 kg, which is not even 10% of the total feed intake. For better understanding, we will see the exact cost calculation. It is put cost calculation done in Indian rupees. See approximate cost production per egg. I have included chick cost, vaccination cost, maintenance and others, which includes labor cost and everything. First 8 weeks, we are recommended to give chick feed. 9 to 18 weeks, we are recommended to give grower feeds, which is the cost of per chick feed kg cost is 35 rupees. Grower feed 28 rupees. Hardly there is 0.72 rupees or 72 paisa. That is the amount of investment which we are going for per egg production. Then where is the major cost is coming from? It's coming from layer feed. So in the layer feed around 3 rupees 34 paisa. What is paisa mean? 100 paisa is equal to 1 Indian currency. So 4 rupees 7 paisa is the total cost. In that major chunk comes from here. Here farmer trickily does, okay, I will try to reduce the price, say about by 2 rupees. What will happen? We are going to see the same table but in a comparative format in the next slide. Here you can see the same table is being repeated. Here farmer tried to reduce it by 2 rupees. Instead of 28 rupees, he had reduced it by 26. That means 2 rupees per kg reduction. But instead of per cost, the egg price, the cost of egg production increased. Okay, it got increased by 9 paisa. Why it increased? That we are going to see in the same slide. What about the total cost of egg production? 51 paisa it got increased. 51 paisa it got increased. The same layer feed, same chick feed, but I had altered the grower feed. how it is possible, why the cost of production increases when I am trying to reduce the cost of production by reducing the feed cost, especially in grower, because you will compromise on egg production. Here I used to get 370 eggs. If you definitely compromise on the cost due to lameness, due to prolapse, due to mortality, the egg production will be hampered. Obviously, you will get less number of eggs. So you can ensure the cost of production by ensuring optimum egg production, not by reducing the feed cost, particularly ignoring the grower nutrition. So we saw why grower nutrition is most ignored, because least mortality, no egg production, but it should not be done. Then we saw about bone growth, where we need tall, lean birds, not short, round birds, where we saw difference in metaphysis and epiphysis, that is round portion and middle portion of the bird, where one area calcium can be replaced, other calcium cannot be replaced. Next comes the weight gain of the growers. It can be little bit above standard due to repeated vaccination stress, debeaking, as well as transfer of birds. Next, cost of egg production. See, including the chick feed as well as grower feed, it hardly contributes 10% of the layer feed intake. So if we try to alter here, we will compromise on bird health as well as future egg production. Cost will grow instead of cost will coming down. Okay. Next, we will see about the metabolic disease in layer. First, we will see about lighting done based on age. There is 12 hours of daylight, 12 hours of night light. So normally, lighting stimulation, we have to give extra light that starts by about 18 weeks as per pre-book standard. But should we consider only age, or should we consider body weight also? No, we should consider body weight also. Why? See, already I told about thumb rule of 250. Okay, up to 18 weeks we are on. Now it will take another 7 weeks to reach another 250 grams. That means 1500. Beyond that, there is no much growth. Birds don't grow that much. That we will see in the last part of the presentation. So post lighting, you can see the growth is not up to the mark. Okay, and post this age also. So people many a times, especially lowman, where the feed intake is more, they go for urgent lighting. So what will happen? Initial egg production, no problem, because small size eggs, then comes medium size eggs, then comes the normal average eggs. But when it comes to big eggs, you will face the problem. The bigger eggs will not be in such a position to come out of the smaller uterus. You can see prolapse. Prolapse due to early lighting. You can see early means not based on age, based on body weight. You can see this is an internet photograph of prolapse. This is real photographs taken in India, especially in Loman. Why Loman? See, Loman are big egg size producers and they are having prolapse, which I already told you in the previous presentation. Why prolapse means? Up to 18 weeks, Loman takes 6,181 grams, around 6.1 kilogram it will take. But people try to feed as per Babcock standards, 5.6, 5.7 like that. The bird development or the body weight will not reach up to that mark and they go for lighting. During initial period, small eggs, no problem. When big eggs comes, automatically prolapse happens. So now we will see two topics which are relevant to each other. First, we will see about feed intake versus egg production. See, I already told you after 25 weeks, there is no much body weight gain in layers. Then why the feed intake keep on increasing? It increases up to 110 grams. Why means these 110 grams have the role to produce egg production, maintenance, as well as for the feces. So in this way, it gets distributed. So whenever the feed goes, it goes to all these three portions. That means if there is a problem in feed intake, it should reflect in egg production. That means feed intake goes down, egg production should also go down. But what happens if egg production goes down and feed intake is as such? That's what we are going to see in the next topic. Feed intake versus body weight gain. Here, there will be fat accumulation because instead of the feed going for egg production, it goes into the body. That means instead of 55 to 57 gram of that egg production, that excess nutrition is diverted into body, and it result in fat accumulation. That means feed intake remains as such, but the egg production is keep on going down, and the farmer did not notice the point. Obviously, it will lead to fatty liver hemorrhage syndrome. And do we have a practical example for this? Yes, we have the practical example. Just see the post-mortem. You can see pale comb, white comb. Why white comb means it, the bird died due to fatty liver. So blood came here, so there is no enough blood. So there is a white comb. So this is the fatty liver. This is the clotted blood. This is the fat accumulation happened, and the ovary got damaged. You can see how the damaged ovary looks like in the next slide. Here, while I was doing postmortem, the ovary got broken. You can see in this picture. Generally, damaged ovary will be misshapen or cauliflower shaped. Sometimes it gets coagulated. That means feed intake is there, egg production is not there. The excess nutrition is diverted into body, leading to fatty liver. Next comes where feed intake is there, egg production is also there. Here you can see the typical fatty liver hemorrhagic syndrome. Okay. Next, we saw the fatty liver as well as the blood clot, as well as the fat accumulation. You can see feed intake is quite normal. The egg got produced, but it got blocked inside the uterus. It did not came out. Why it did not came out? While opening, we can able to see the egg got blocked inside the uterus. It is a sharp cell egg which got blocked inside the uterus. It did not came out. The ovaries are quite normal. It is not damaged. So egg production is happening, but it got blocked. Once the egg got blocked, it remains as such. The birds keep on eating the feed for the next egg, but next egg is not able to come up because it got blocked, and finally lead to fatty liver hemorrhagic syndrome. We have one more example for this because it tend to happen repeatedly. Lot of diseases causes soft shell eggs, okay, as well as feed and nutrition case. Here also you can see the same thing. You see in the next slide. You can able to notice the ovaries are well developed, but the birds suffer from fatty liver because egg is produced, but egg is not released from the uterus. You can see a preliminary stage also, where bird did not go up to fatty liver hemorrhagic syndrome, just fatty liver. Okay. Here you can see the pale liver over here. Here you can see fat accumulation over here. Here also you can see egg got blocked. When I open, it is still worse. There are also at least some soft shell is there. Here almost shellless. So, and the remaining eggs, which are older eggs, which came over here, that also got blocked. It is like caseous ring-like structure typical to E. coli infection. Here you can see feed intake is quite normal. Feed intake is normal, egg production is not happening due to thing. Now the question arises, why the soft cells don't come up? Okay, the soft cells are blocked or what? What is the reason? Actually, egg don't comes like a bullet. It comes like a football. That means it rolls over the uterus and used to come. So imagine instead of football, if I give you a water balloon and I ask you kick, it will not in a position to roll and come out. So generally it got trapped. So what you must do here, feed intake as per standard, egg production is not happening either due to ovary damage or due to blockage. The extra energy is generally diverted here. Here regular postmortem analysis were not done in these forms. Okay. So the excess nutrition which goes inside the bird's body, it is deposited as fat. Here, finding the root cause and ensuring the etiology or the root cause is being removed. It can be due to viral infections like IV, it can be due to E. coli infections, it can be due to calcium supplementation, whatever it may be, that needs to be treated along with bile acid so that the fat also removed and the bird's egg production also comes normal so that we can get the desirable results. Now, finally, we are going to see about summer mortality. There it is also connected with fatty liver. In winter, there will be less temperature. Birds tend to eat a little bit more, around 3 to 4 grams or 5 grams extra. And later, when it comes to summer, you will get a very fat bird. And the birds, what will happen during winter? While there is more fat, it acts like a sweater for the bird. Okay, so birds will be normal, production will be normal. Okay, the same fat bird when it reaches suddenly to the summer, already it is don't have any sweat glands. Now through panting also beyond a point it cannot give the heat outside. So it will lead to a mortality. Do we have an example for fatty liver hemorrhage syndrome even with good egg production? This is the best example. Here you can see the pale comb because blood is lost through fatty liver hemorrhagic syndrome. Here the more feed consumption happened during cold weather. How we can prove it? During the postmortem, there is no egg blockage, nothing was there. Production was quite normal. Only when summer came, suddenly there is high mortality. So what we should do? We have already seen body weight gain up to 25 weeks. See carefully 1500 grams in the range. Now up to 100 weeks, hardly 150 to 180 grams only weight increase is allowed. That means after 25 years of age, if you take humans as example, if you are gaining body weight, not by doing exercise means obviously it will gain through fat only. Here, the most important thing is during cold season itself, we have to check the body weight. Imagine a bird at 50 weeks of age, if it is having 1700, 1750 grams. And after 10 days, it is again moving by 30 grams extra. That means the birds are gaining weight. Where production is normal, everything is normal. That time itself, during winter, when there is no problem, little bit feed intake is normal, weight gain is happening. There itself, we have to address it through bile acids or address that weight gain through feed and nutrition. Then we will not have the problem. But generally, what people used to do, people allow during the entire winter. For example, entire 4 months, the bird keep on gaining weight. Imagine, for example, the bird is having a weight around average weight of 1850. That is roughly 200 grams more than the standard weight, that too at the culling stage. Suddenly, if they expose it to summer, then they will tell, sir, we are giving double dose of bile acid, we are giving triple dose of bile acid. For them, the answer is, if you are becoming fat by eating for 4 months, suddenly within 4 days, you cannot become lean, no matter what medicine you do. Here, management become altogether more important. So we saw about lighting done based on age, but it should be based on body weight as well. Feed intake versus egg production, how it is relevant with the body weight gain. When feed intake is normal, egg production is not happening. Then we saw about summer mortality ended with fatty liver hemorrhagic syndrome. What is the summary? Indian layer strains, we saw about 2 layer strains, brown egg producers, white egg producers, white egg 4 strains, brown egg 1 strain. Then we saw about strain characteristics. Then we saw about more chick placement. Weak chicks, then second largest egg producer, feed particle size, feed intake, yolk sac infection, and initial vaccination challenges. Then comes grower nutrition in India, which is most ignored, and how bone growth is important for egg production, then weight gain and cost contribution. Then finally, metabolic disease in India, which lighting associated with collapse, feed intake versus egg production, and feed intake versus body weight gain we had checked, where we saw both type of fatty liver. Fatty liver slowly happening during the winter season, and it is showing its effects during summer. Fatty liver happened because egg production is not there, either due to blockage or due to ovary damage. So knowing the why is the most important. Most of the presentation will be focused on that only. Most of the people knows what needs to be done. Through little experience, definitely we know how we can proceed that work. Only if you know the why part, even if it is the most difficult work, you will try to do. For example, 12 a.m. to 12 a.m. to 4 a.m. You do the chick weighment while doing placement. Most farmers don't do because they don't know why it is so much important. Most farmers don't go for the winter weighment checking because birds are normal, egg production are normal, but they don't check. They try to check during summer because they see the mortality. If they know the why we are doing attempting a thing, definitely everybody will do the tough task, and we will ensure we can address all these technical challenges. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Manoj. Dr. Manoj started with India layer strains and talked about nutrition and diseases. Very rich content. It brings a lot of information to our audience. Let's see if the audience has any questions. Okay, I got 2 questions here. Question 1 is fatty liver syndrome more likely to occur in winter or summer?
Fat accumulation starts by winter. We are seeing the effect during summer.
Uh-huh.
We are getting more complaints of fatty liver during
Huh?
summer. But
So it's more likely to occur in summer, right?
but the effect starts, but the reason for the fatty liver starts during winter.
Uh-huh.
Best
Okay.
example I can say, if a person eats heavy food for continuously for 4 months, after fourth month, suddenly if you check, the weight will be more. Okay. The root cause is the during the winter is the most important thing which needs to be done. But actually people address when they see mortality. Suddenly mortality spike is happening. They either go for bile acids, they either go for other solutions, and they triple dose, double dose, all these things during summers. But they should do round the clock. Right about winter itself, had they checked where the standard weight is, for example, 1500 grams, they got 100 grams extra. During the time itself, if they change the feed and nutrition, they use the bile acid, and then they check the body weight gain, they will get lean, healthy birds during summers. But they allow the weight gain to happen slowly. But once the farmer sees only when egg production or mortality is addressed. Otherwise, he is not seeing that.
Oh, okay. Very detailed answer.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Manoj. Yeah. And the second question is it easier to get fatty liver diseases if layers eat more?
If layers eat more, yes, if it eats more than
More
a
feed.
yes, yes, it will
Yeah.
get fatty liver, but we will not be in a position to control that thing because the 2 gram extra, 3 gram extra, they tend to take. Okay, here it can be addressed only by altering the feed and nutrition as well as using the bile acids in an extra dose. If you are normally using 150 grams per metric ton, you can go for 200 grams per metric ton, but that depends on the advice as well as the measurement of the body weight. And post treatment, we have to see what is the effect after 1 month. We can see normal, then bring back those bile acids to normal, bring back the nutrition to normal. Again, you are seeing, again you do. So you have to do in a dynamic way so that the risky cold period is being addressed. Generally, people don't take much care during cold period because mortality will be less. Egg prices also will be high. They will get good egg production. Even if there is minor drop in egg production, they may not take it very seriously because they are anyway getting that good money from the market because egg consumption increases during cold period. But when summer comes, suddenly egg production drops. Suddenly, if he sees mortality, suddenly all problems he is seeing means the farmer get furious. Actually, few companies take it as advantage, not like us. They import product, they increases the price by 4 times during that summers.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Yeah.
And I got another question. The question is, seem like course participants in crop, but they will be sensitized and develop itself for big and hard gathered. Body has the ability to produce bile. Do regular use of synthetic bile salt could sensitize body and make bird body to reduce production naturally?
Yeah. This is the one most important question which many farmers used to ask. That means
Yeah.
I am going to supply bile acid, but naturally also bile acid is produced by liver. Imagine I keep on supplementing with bile acids. Will the bird become so much that it cannot produce natural bile acids? Okay. That is not so. Why? Because liver has almost 40 different functions. While as the production alone is not the function, coming to the protein metabolism, coming to fat metabolism, coming to storage of glucagon, coming to detoxification, you name any, liver is having huge function. And apart from that, it needs to produce fat also because your purse needs the fat. So if you see a normal layer without any problem also, you cannot get deep colored liver. Always the liver will be little bit pale, little bit sunny because it is on continuous stress. That means every 26 hours, one egg. Okay, that means in 576 days, it needs to lay 479 eggs. Continuous production. So liver is always under stress while it is in layers. So whatever you are going to help in terms of bile acid supplement, it can only help those birds. Maybe what you are telling is for the natural birds, which can hardly produce 30 eggs per year or 40 eggs per year. After that, there is no egg production. But here, non-stop, restless, 479 to 483 eggs it is producing. So definitely it needs a supplement. So whatever supplement we are going to do, it will generally boost like an athlete. Super athlete is there, he needs supplement, but not for the normal one. So definitely supplementing continuously with bile acid also will not create any problem. It will only support the liver and ensure you can see better egg production, because for 100 weeks of birds, we ourselves done a project, we ourselves gave. Actually, throughout that 100 weeks, we saw his egg production, everything was good. But he have to follow management also. Just because giving one solution, you cannot get all problems solved. So breed, feed, management, disease, all these four collectively determine farm performance. So definitely, if you continuously give bile acids also, it will not desensitize the liver for not producing. You are helping that liver only. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Manuji, and thank you for your detailed questions. And I think our audience totally understand this time. Thank you again
Yeah, thank you.
for joining us. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Now, now you can end your sharing screen.
Okay, stop share. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And now I'm gonna welcome our second guest, Mr. Actor. What he's about to share with us today is digging deeper to improve the production potential of lean hens. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you very much. So happy to have a chance to present my presentation. Good afternoon from Bangladesh time to you all, and welcome you all to my presentation that digging deeper to improve the production potential of laying hens. So it's very important to know that if we want to get high benefits towards highest benefits, we should know how to reduce the possible problems. That's very important. We can think that it's easy to calculate, but it's not so easy in practically to face the problem. So birds are being reared for a long period to lay eggs, that is human food. So it's a conversion. It's not as like as a machine. It's a living animal. It should convert our nutritions provided to it for an egg. So we would like to get highest eggs to get the highest potentiality. But it's very important to know how to reduce problems which will be coming again and again in the later part of the births when it will get reached to egg production. I will analyze everything from my understanding and experience. This is Akhtaruzzaman, technical expert of a feed mill in Bangladesh. We produce feeds to feed our own layers, 500,000 layers. It's control shed. So from our experience and understanding how the problems will be reduced, we'll show you one by one. So it's a slogan, more layer benefits creates if I know how to less possible, potential problems. Mania? The world cannot lose layer because it provides nutrition. So it's very important to know the advanced rearing systems for layers with less mortality. People agriculture poultry over 6,000 years. They accompany our history for a long time. Nowadays, large-scale rearing of layer is getting more and more popular across the world. Why? Advanced management result in more layer benefits. But we know how to get this benefit. That is important. China and some other countries, layer farms are targeted for 8 weeks of rearing that produce 300 plus pieces of eggs. On the other hand, in Bangladesh, we are not achieving up to the mark. Why? We will explain it. The layer egg peak production and the later period of egg production are very critical areas that will decide whether I will get production benefit or not. These two areas, egg peak production, how much it will be longer, and layer egg production, how I can get more eggs at the layer period of the birds. These two period of laying of a layer hen is very critical issue. We have to address it. Layer and breeder character. It takes longer times, already we have come to know that even though on ROI, return on investment, 80 weeks are targeted, but it might be extended 100 weeks or 100 plus weeks. So the art of intestinal gut area and the function of other organs like liver, gizzard, this, and as proventriculus also, even though it is a small stomach, these organs all together will convert our nutrition into human food like an egg, but this area will be vulnerable because liver will get a lot of burden. We don't know how the liver will get burden enough, and the intestinal gut area like villi, length of villi, and other areas might be vulnerable. There are so many factors. So this intestinal gut area, including liver, are vital organs to convert all the nutrients which will be provided to birds. Nowadays, high density rearing system in our country, multi-storied building and high density to get optimum eggs in small areas, they would like to get how this bird will be treated. So without advanced technology and advanced monitoring system of the management, it's not possible to get highest potentiality of a layer. So that's a high level of management is very important here. And already mentioned, problems of later period of laying is critical issue also, how we will address this. Otherwise, we will not get up to the mark eggs. So these are the vital things to know how to manage intestinal gut area and the proper nutrition and utilization of vital organ of liver, because liver function is here very important to get protein, vitamins, fat, and others necessary enzymatic activation, which is very important. If I provide good nutrition, but my organs, intestinal gut area, and the liver are vulnerable, I will not get up to the mark potentiality of a hen. So more accurate nutrition of layer derived high level performance. So nutrition should be accurate. Why? Layer birds at early stage, it starts with a starter feed. Already our speaker mentioned that during 2 weeks, if day-old chicks are not used to get feed properly, so it will be vulnerable to grow up to the standard weight. So that's why proper nutrition and the feed intake must be monitored. It's very important. Then it leads to grower feed. Grower feed, if we don't get ready to pull it up to the standard body weight, I will never get highest potentiality of a hen. So after getting standard body weight, if I don't get standard body weight, I have to delay to get started laying. Laying depends on body weight as well as lighting stimulation. So getting into a starter of layer 1 feed for earlier stage, then it will be followed by layer 2, layer 3, and later part it will be layer 4. After 80 weeks, if I want to get 100 weeks or 100 plus weeks, then I have to follow layer 4 feeds. That will not so much protein, a little bit protein might be reduced at the layer 4 feeds. These 4 stages of laying period have some specific demand for feed nutrition for ensuring higher level of performance. If I don't formulate age-wise, production-wise feed, I mean these 4 feeds during the laying period are very important to get optimum, I mean highest performance of layers. We will never get the highest level of performance if these 4 stages of production are not improved with accurate nutrition needed. So I have to monitor how much egg, how percentage of eggs I'm getting from the hen, and what is the feed intake. If there is less number of eggs, but feed intake is more, I have to check my nutrition of the feed. I have to get it analyzed, and it will be corrected. And if my feed is concentrated enough, but it is not getting more up to the standard amount, like 120 gram, because Bangladesh are producing 90% brown eggs, 10% white eggs. It's opposite to India. So always 10 gram more for brown eggs. So if it is not getting 120 gram, it's getting 100 gram. So my feed should be concentrated enough to get proper nutrition from 100 gram. So always we have to look into the nutritional side as well as production side. It's correlated. This area are very critical. We have to address it. Feed potential risk of layer performance. There is a huge potential of feed for optimizing layer performance from day-old chicks to ready-to pullet. Always we should monitor. Our earlier speaker also mentioned that always we should monitor weight and amount of feed consumption. That's play pivotal role in setting up onset of egg production. Why I will get this birds for starting egg production, even though it is not a standard weight gain, that will get prolapse, that will get more stress, that will get less immunity, that birds will be prone to diseases. So many problems will come to the bird's body, and birds will be vulnerable. So it will get mortality also, sudden mortality might be coming. So that's very important. Whether I will get it at standard weeks of egg production, that shouldn't be delayed, but it should be delayed on the basis of body weight and feed nutrition. So birds are fed with vegetable and animal source feed ingredients. In addition, nutrition is not up to the mark. On the other hand, some anti-nutritional components and toxins are major concern also. So it's getting more vulnerable. Anti-nutritional factor as well as toxin. You know, there are some protease inhibitor and arabinogenin and lactin. These are anti-nutritional factors which will affect birds more vulnerable, and toxin will be get extra burden on the liver. So liver will be facing problems to give the proper nutrition to the birds. So birds will be facing a lot of problems. There may be some mortality, and I cannot get the production as I expected from it. Both of these items for a long time of feeding are accumulated in the liver. These anti-nutritional factor and toxin will be in the liver. Liver is a vital organ to detoxify these toxins. So liver will be facing a lot of burdens that result in burden of liver and finally poor performance of egg production. Definitely, I will get poor performance because my lacking of proper nutrition as well as anti-nutritional factor and toxins, in addition to disease attacks, bird will be facing a lot of stresses. So even though birds are alive, birds are taking feeds, but bird will give me less production. The layer face normally challenges Bangladesh market. What we have seen, laying start delayed. In Bangladesh, it's a common. Why? Ready to lay pullet is not up to the standard in terms of body weight. So all the times it's being delayed starting laying. So it's the factor. I'm not getting egg produces at right time. So normally caused by poultry weight that cannot reach standard and lacking of appropriate nutrition on different ages, from a day-old chicks to pullet. So this area we have to address and monitors. Weekly monitoring is very important. Body weight monitoring is very important. Then I can get it started at the right time. Egg peak production for a short time. Okay, my bird has reached to peak production, but peak production graph, it's not longer. It's always zigzag, and then it's getting down for a longer period, and it's going up from my addressing the problems. So if I don't get peak production graph longer, I will never get highest potentiality from a hen. In addition to this, if there is any disease attacked or liver face a lot of burden, so nutritional functions to contribute eggs will be declined. Poor quality eggs. I'm getting eggs, but it's not up to the standard. Small eggs or number of broken eggs or thin shell eggs or blood spotted eggs, so many problems with eggs for quality deterioration that might be caused by imbalance of amino acid, minerals, and some essential fatty acids. So amino acids and essential fatty acids are very important in addition to minerals. So these things are very critical. We have to address. Otherwise, I will not get highest potential of hen. Environment and waste management. In Bangladesh, 80% farms are open housing systems. 20% are controlled shed. It is getting progress day by day. But during summer season, birds are getting vulnerable due to excess heat, and waste management is not up to the mark. So birds are getting exposed to diseases. So these two areas we need to address, especially for open shed houses. Control shed, we try our level best to control the environment in the control shed to get highest production. But in summer, mineral deficiency, especially less calcification, even though farmers are putting a lot of calcium carbonate and other things to address problems of thin shell eggs and reduce the broken eggs, but it's very difficult if there is no proper treatment of liver. Liver is not healthy, so calcification and other vitamins are not coming out properly to produce eggs. So that's the point. Environmental and other pollution and sanitation are also important to get optimum production from a hen. Profit is always divided into net and gross profit. It is very easy to calculate the cost, but practically it is very difficult to get that cost. Cost might be increased. Why? That birds are being interrupted and face a lot of problems. So we can not get net profit if we can get gross profit, but finally, if we don't calculate how much actually I have to spend to face the problems, so that's a very important area. If we can prevent interruption of any disease attacks or other problems, then I can get highest potentiality as I expected from my birds. Because, if there is any problem simply on eggshell quality, price will be down. It will be graded separately. If thin shell, broken eggs, number of broken eggs will be increased. So it is calculated, this much money I will get. In true sense, I'm not getting that much money. So to get net profit for getting highest potentiality from an egg, facing a lot of problems, that must be addressed with advanced management technology. And create more layer rearing profit key time. I'm getting day-old chicks from hatchery. I should know the history of the hatchery, parent stocks history, how those cock and hen are being treated, and how many vaccines, or what's the immunity, maternal immunity, and whether my day-old chicks are getting salmonellosis, egg-borne diseases. So that's also recorded. Base-wise, it needs to be recorded. Otherwise, I cannot rectify to get the highest performance from my hen. I cannot address the problems which will be coming in future. So that should know. Egg peak production terms potential benefits if it is longer. If I can longer peak production period, definitely I will get more profits. Otherwise, it's very difficult to get profit towards highest potentiality for producing eggs from a hen. Healthy liver means good egg production. It is proven, because liver is the vital organ to produce all the nutrients which are very necessary for producing an egg. Longer period is the key for getting optimum production. But we should know how to get longer period with highest production. Why it is getting zigzag? What needs to be addressed. So that should be recorded batch-wise. Accordingly, poultry character to digger more poultry performance. On the basis of that parameters, prevention is better than cure. It should be followed by advanced technology. How I can prevent all the diseases? In what way a vaccination schedule will be developed? From the past history, I have to develop it. And that should be followed strictly. And the biosecurity strictly followed. Otherwise, all on a sudden, my birds might be attacked with diseases that will hamper to get highest performance from the layers. Poultry are people egg production factory. People are rearing poultry. It's alive animal, but it's not machine. It will start laying and continuously it will give us laying, but it might skip laying. Why it is skipping? That problems need to be addressed. Otherwise, we cannot get up to the mark production. It's chickens are bio character. It's great easily infected by bacteria and virus. So viral infection, if it is attacked, there is no treatment. Immunity will be dropped down, even though it is vaccinated, but immunity will be dropped down. It will face a lot of stress. Stress leads to less production. So bacterial stress, viral stress will get less production. So we should try to know how to prevent these how to get birds less prone to these diseases from bacteria and viruses. The best keeping poultry health solution is getting poultry liver health better and improve poultry immunity. That's why our vital organ, intestinal gut area, liver, and the immunity by vaccination or naturally exposed to bacteria or viruses that will produce immunity. That's a very important area to address. Dealing with sudden drops in egg production, it's very difficult to face. All on a sudden, there may be a drop in egg production. So how it will be addressed? Unless hens lay at the constant high rate of production, it is difficult to make profit from them. So some critical management measures need to address, like minimizing stress. Always I need to find if there is any stress. So I have to minimize those stresses and protect against violent weather changes. Normal hens have body temperature of 105 to 107 degree Fahrenheit. So during summer, it's very difficult. If I don't address this situation, definitely I will get less production. So I have to address this and feed a complete diet. Feed will be tested. Why it is eating less? Is it for environmental factor or is it for any problem in the feed? That should be tested. No one ever deliberately feeds a poor ration to his birds. But sometimes in an effort to save money on feed, a slip may occur with serious result. So feeds need to be tested again and again if there is any problem in the lacking of appropriate amount of feed consumption. Adjustment of energy and protein ratio, that's very vital. Availability of fat soluble vitamins. So liver should be healthy enough to store available fat soluble vitamins and trace minerals which play a vital role in getting optimum performance. Once prevention fails, the poultry immunity decline and eventually disease resistance ability also decline. That results in less production. weak immunity system and detoxifying ability means most bacterial and infection virus can penetrate and attack poultry easily. So I have to test bird's blood for getting immunity. How much immunity against Newcastle disease? How much immunity against avian influenza? How much immunity against salmonellosis? How much immunity against other diseases? Immunity status need to be tested and recorded. Otherwise, even though birds are eating, I will get less production. Eventually, production performance will be much, much lower if it is not addressed. Layer farming in Bangladesh. In Bangladesh, there are parent stocks and parent stocks farms. Mainly Highline, Isa, Novogen are reared for producing brown eggs. Mostly brown eggs are produced. There are about 80,000 poultry farms are in Bangladesh, even though it was 100,000. But due to some avian influenza problem and other policies and minimizing the feed cost, some farms have already dropped. So it's now about 80,000. Among these numbers, only 18,000 are layer farms. 20% are controlled sheds and 80% are open houses, still open houses. So birds are very vulnerable. They are not producing up to the mark production. A layer gives an average 80% eggs in Bangladesh. That is 292 eggs up to 80 weeks. We are lagging behind from up to the mark production. But in control shed, it is a little bit increased. But open house gives a little bit lower due to some disease and environmental and management problems during summer season especially, and winter also, because that's open sheds. Very recent egg prices has gone up due to increase of raw material price. Egg price is now 10.50 taka per piece. 1 taka has increased. Total egg production 2,337.63 crore pieces per year. Egg consumption is 134 eggs per head per year. Government has given permission to import eggs. Already it has been started. We are getting eggs from India as a taste basis, because a few 1 month ago, eggs price was 15 taka per piece. That's why government gave permission to get eggs from India. India's price is still lower due to the lower cost of raw materials. In Bangladesh, 90% raw materials are being imported. Only rice polishing are available, and de-oil rice bran are available, or others ingredients are being imported. So it's not so easy to reduce the cost of production in Bangladesh. So we should know how to use advanced technology and others parameters to get optimum and highest egg production. Otherwise, we will not be viable in this industry. So professionals are trying to provide their expertises to get highest production, addressing every problems of birds facing a lot, especially in summer season. Formulating ration for different ages of poultry for more potentiality of layer. Minimum requirements of energy. We should know what is the minimum requirement energy. Just for Highland brown, 2,750 to 2,800 kilocalorie, and the protein 16 to 17, and minerals, vitamins, and other essential nutrients very widely for poultry on different ages. So layer 1, layer 2, layer 3, layer 4, four stages of feed formulations are very important to get appropriate nutrient which will be provided to birds. Chicks in the brooder needs higher level of protein. So during starting of day of chicks in the brooder shed, we need to provide highest level of proteins. If it less, so we have to monitor it again and again with highest protein, because younger birds are growing faster and have a greater needs of muscle building protein. That's why protein need to be addressed seriously. Otherwise, it will not be grown up for a good pullet. Mineral requirements for laying hens are much higher than for non-laying birds. So birds are giving me highest eggs. I need to know whether the minerals are okay or any deficiency. I have to address it. I have to give it separately. So eggshell quality and which make up 10% of egg are almost pure calcium carbonate. We need to address it, calcium carbonate absorption and the utilization to give a good quality eggshell that will give me more price. Otherwise, even though I can get eggs, that will not give me accurate or right price of my produces. Preventing diseases and vaccination program. Prevention is better than cure. It's proven. So biosecurity measures and vaccines are administered routinely to prevent diseases. We cannot avoid any sort of measures for maintaining a proper biosecurity, and the vaccination schedule is strictly followed. It is vital issues for getting up to the mark production. More major areas need to be addressed, such as nutritional deficiency diseases. There might be some diseases. We should know whether it is happening due to nutritional deficiencies and what type of nutritional deficiency that need to be addressed. And non-nutritional diseases like bacterial and viral diseases, mainly bronchitis, because bronchitis will give less production, and the common respiratory disease mycoplasmosis will give us less production. And fowl pox in Bangladesh, it's also prevailing to provide less production. Newcastle disease, bird flu, high pathogenic avian influenza, and low pathogenic, even though low pathogenic is being addressed effectively by vaccination, but sometimes high pathogenic avian influenza might happen. So 3 vaccination against this bird flu, which definitely give us less egg production as well as poor quality egg production. Even though Newcastle disease are being addressed vaccination properly, but bird flu is also issue to get less production from the layers. So it needs to be administered properly. And this is the area in the graph. We can have a look at it, that after 18 weeks, up to 40 weeks, it will onset of egg production time. If it is delayed 20 weeks or 22 weeks, but it will increasing eggs production, and there will be peak production like 95% peak production, but that will be straight line. But if it is sudden drop, so that will never give me potential production. So these area are very critical area to get benefits from layers. And after 40 weeks, birds are prone to fatty liver hemorrhagic syndrome. So this area I need to check again and again. Liver checking is very important. Intestinal gut area checking is very important. It should be monitored. It should be, if I find any problem, it should be addressed properly with functional feed additives like bile acids, and proper amount of methionine and the vitamin E, vitamin C, like this, to avoid oxidation in the liver and oxidation in the intestinal gut area. So these are very vital period up to 40. After 40, if birds prone to fatty liver, that need to be addressed with a treatment dose of these items with this lipotropic factor. So it's very important to protect a liver to get proper nutrition for getting highest production. Getting profitable feed conversion. I have already mentioned that feed plays vital role to get up to the mark nutrient to produce eggs. So the main purpose is in poultry to convert feed into human food like egg, to do it as efficiently as possible. I should know how it will be efficiently used, why I'm not getting a proper amount of eggs, why this problem is happening. So intestinal gut area and liver need to be checked again and again. So incorporation of functional feed additives, if needed, enzymatic function need to be addressed, because if liver is face a lot of problems, so enzymatic function will be reduced. So and birds will never get proper nutrition, never provide us up to the mark production. In addition, we should know what are the functional feed additives to address these areas, liver and intestinal gut health, which create immunity, because healthy intestinal gut area and healthy liver will give us 80% immunity. So to get 80% immunity, to save birds from stresses and diseases, always we should test it and monitor it, and need to be addressed properly with functional feed additives like lipotropic factor, including bile acids. Enhancing immunity. Natural immunity are very important. So we should know how to get enhance birds' immunity. A chick hatches with a certain amount of innate immunity. It is getting some immunity from its mother. So it's from its progeny, and requires new immunities. It needs to boost it up as it grows. Birds are growing, so it needs more immunity, but may need our help to develop additional immunity against diseases in the environment. So mycotoxins, exotoxins, and endotoxin get lower immunity. All the times birds are prone to these toxins coming from feed. So mycotoxin are being addressed by toxin binder, but exo and endo, it's happening in the body. It's happening in the intestine. So it needs to be addressed. Otherwise, this toxin will get extra burden on the liver, and it will reduce liver function. Ultimately, birds will get a less amount of nutrient to give us highest potentiality. If it is not addressed, so we will never get proper benefit and high benefit from layers. In a nutshell, good immunity, good nutrition, and proper management, I mean advanced management, and always checking and monitoring all the parameters for better liver and gut health enhancing items for better performance of the layer for its full potentiality. If we don't get full potentiality, we will never get our farms profitable. So immunity will be addressed in two ways: active immunity and the passive immunity. Birds naturally, when attacked by bacteria or virus, some immunity will be produced. Even though birds are being treated, it will face a lot of stress, but immunity will be produced. That is natural. Artificially, immunity is being produced by vaccination. And when birds exposed to bacteria and viruses, even though it is not attacked towards diseases, producing diseases, but immunity will be produced. So these immunity stimulation to form antibodies that cause future immunity. Future immunity are very important for us. So in conclusion, I would like to draw all of audience address that day-old chicks health by checking breeder farms stocks history need to be addressed first. Second, standard weight gain for getting ready to lay pullet is a must. Then feeding schedule and nutrition. How many times I'm providing feeds and how much amount it is absorbed. So that's very important. Proper lighting hours, already mentioned, 16 hours standard. So lighting intensity and hours are needed. Biosecurity and vaccination need to be followed again and again. And healthy liver and gut intestinal area to avoid stresses are very important towards getting more immunity to save birds from other diseases and stresses. And then we will get more and highest potentiality of layers towards getting a viable layer farms for which we are trying our level best to provide expertises to get it benefited. Thanks for watching and listening me. Thank you very much again.
Thank you very much, Mr. Actor, for your wonderful sharing. And I think Mr. Actor gave us a very advanced concept that is prevention is better than treatment, right? But you know, some of our audience may just got into our meeting room. So one of the audience asked, "What do you mean prevention is better than treatment?" So Mr. Actor, could you please explain for our audience this question very simply again?
Yes, very nice questions. It is nowadays modern theory of rearing layers. If we don't know how to address my layer birds intestinal gut area, which is very responsible to provide nutrition by addressing, absorbing, and metabolizing all the nutrients. If it is coming from feeds like anti-nutritional factors and toxins, so liver and intestinal gut will be vulnerable. So that's why I need to check the sanitation of the feed. I need to check whether some functional feed additives is in the feed or the others parameters like whether stress or any disease stress or any vaccination stress or any human or any vehicle which is getting in viruses or bacteria which getting birds vulnerable. So all the measures before getting attacked from any diseases or any non-infectious diseases like liver is being vulnerable. I don't know whether it is coming from a virus or bacteria, or it is simply a deposition of fat in the liver, or it is getting vulnerable from the excess amount of toxification. So before getting attacked any diseases, any detrimental effect in the layer hand, I need to address every measures. Those are biosecurity that biosecurity actually implies for prevention.
Okay, so thank you very much. So you mean, prevention of diseases in the future should be always put in the first place, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
And
Okay.
then I will provide a proper nutrition. I will monitor whether nutrition giving me up to the mark production, and if there is any lacking, that needs to be addressed immediately. Then I can get highest performance from layers, and my farm will be profitable. This is the main slogan to all the farmers and to all professionals who are actually involved with these layer farms.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Actor. And the second question is, you mentioned that egg peak production for a short period caused by disease attack. My question is, what kinds of diseases, such as, for example, such as fatty liver diseases?
Very, very good question. Why? I provided a proper nutrition to day-old chicks, and I got a growing bird, pullet, and ready to pullet, which is ready to lay. And I started onset of egg production, and it's a peak just 98% or 95%. But if there is any sharply drop, if there is any zigzag, it's zigzags. Why? I need to know I am providing a lot of nutrition, why it is not being utilized. So what organ is very responsible for providing all the enzymes and all the nutrient to blood? That is liver. So whether liver has got fatty or liver has got some burden, liver has not providing proper nutrition, what's the problem? So it's the, from your question, I would like to draw all of audience attention that off and on birds will be post-mortem to see the liver condition. This is very important. And to see the intestinal gut area. These two areas are very important. If I want to get a straight line of peak production, otherwise, if there is any short time of peak production, there might be problem. It's from liver, it's from intestinal gut, or it's from diseases. This very important. We should know how to address these three things: liver, intestinal gut area, and the diseases. Otherwise, it will never drop down.
Okay, so if our farmers want to keep a good egg production peak, they have to keep the liver health, right?
Liver health. And I would like to draw your attention that we are actually producing feed to provide our 500,000 layers. When we saw when egg production down from the peak, we found that liver has been facing problem with fatty liver hemorrhagic syndrome. We used a double dose of bile acids for a longer period from the normal dose. Even though for 7 days, 1 kg bile acids, I mean Runion, for 7 days, then 500 gram, another 7 days, 14 days, then regular dose. Within a month, it was rectified, then egg production again going up. So what indicates? It indicates I need to know to get my bird's liver healthy. That's why regularly liver should be checked, liver should be tested. That's the important area for a layer farmers.
Yeah, definitely. I totally agree with you, Mr. Actor. And thank you again for your detailed answers. Yeah. And if our audience continue have questions, you can send emails with your question. Okay.
Okay.
And thank you again, Ms. Doctor.
Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you again.
Next, welcome our third guest today from China, Ms. Wu Lei. What she's going to share with us today is factors influencing the quality of eggs and nutritional improvement. Now it's your time, Ms. Wu. Well, actually, I think you'll need to end your, yeah. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Is my voice clear?
Yeah, your voice is very clear. You can start now.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is my pleasure to have a talk here. And my topic will about the factors influencing the laying performance and egg quality. Let me move this a little upper. Okay, it says something wrong with my PowerPoint. I cannot go to the next slide. I don't know what's wrong with the PowerPoint. Sorry, give me one more moment. Can you see my PowerPoint slide?
Yes, I can see it, but on the first page, right?
Yeah, but I don't know why it's not moving to the next slide. It seems something wrong.
用鼠标点一下那个屏幕，然后再摁下一页是。
Okay, got it. Thank you. Thank you very much. I just stop here. Okay, it's my pleasure to have a talk here talking about the factors influencing the laying performance and egg quality. As we all know, the table egg is the cheapest animal proteins and a complete food which provide a kind of low calories, provide 70 to 80 kcals per egg. It's a high quality of animal proteins, and for humans, because they are high digestibility and well balanced amino acid composition. So we like eggs because they are important source of animal protein, and they are ensuring people's life and health. Based on the statistic, we find that the global egg production continues to grow with 87.6 million tons produced in 2020 and expected to peak around 2030. So how to increase egg production in laying hens? We try to produce more and more eggs because more and more people want to eat eggs. Let's have a look at the hen production system, because hen are the fantastic egg layers with an efficient reductive system to produce our daily eggs. They are majorly divided into two sections, the ovary and the oviduct. Unlike most other females, the female chicken only have one ovary, and the right one will stop working after they hatches, and the left one continues to mature. So in the chicken, we will remember we only have one ovary in the chicken that works during the hatching. So let's have a look how the oocyte developed to an egg. The oocyte can develop into the primordial follicles by recruiting a lot of granular cells, and then with the yolk precursor will deposit in the follicles to form pre-hierarchical follicles. We can find there are several stages of the pre-hierarchical follicles, such as the small white follicle, and then to the large white follicle, and then go to the small yellow follicles and the large yellow follicles. Here we can find that oocyte, the ovary produces tens of thousands of oocyte, and all these oocyte can go to form follicles, but only a tiny portion of the pre-hierarchical follicles can develop into the hierarchical follicles. Most of them will go to the archery follicles. And go to the hierarchical follicles, they will follow several stages, and they will getting bigger and bigger. When they are getting large enough, they can be ovulated from the stigma. When the yolk is large enough, the outside membrane will rupture and the yolk will be released to the oviduct. So the hierarchical follicles, the formation will be the key point for the oocyte development. Let's have a detailed look at how the hierarchical ovulatory follicles looks like. This is kind of very well organized. We can find the F1, F2, F3, F4, F5, F6 are well organized. So when the F1 is large enough, it will be released into the oviduct. And when this one was late, and the F2 will be ready to go to its kind of repeat process. So the whole process, the oocyte development will be completed in the ovary. And when the yolk is ready to ovulate it will be released into the oviduct. The oviduct is a kind of very, very long. In the mature kitchen, it's a kind of 25 to 27 inches. It will release into the infundibulum part of the oviduct, the yolk. Here we can find if the sperm is existed, it will be fertilized. The yolk will be fertilized. We all know that only the fertilized egg is the true egg. That means this kind of egg can be hatched into a chick, correct? And then the other part of the eggs will be formed in the several sections, such as in the mechanism, the albumin, or the egg white will be formatted. It takes around 2 to 3 hours. And in the isthmus, the shell membranes will be formatted. It takes another 2 to 3 hours. And the last part of the eggs, such as the egg shells, will be formulated in the uterus. As we all know, there are a lot of shell glands in the uterus. So we may find that it takes at least 24 hours for an oocyte develop into a true egg that can be laid. So the duration for the whole process will affect the egg production performance. As our topic, the main topic of our presentation today is the egg production performance and the egg quality. So I will mainly focus on the following 4 parts to talk about how to influence the egg production performance and the egg quality. The first one is the egg number. We all know that the egg number can be mainly determined by how many hierarchical follicles that can be ovulated. We know that the ovulated follicles can finally be laid. That's the number of egg laid. So what are the factors affecting the follicles? For example, whether the hierarchical follicles form or not. If they cannot, following the hierarchical follicles, they cannot enter the oviduct, correct? Because only the ordered follicles can enter the oviduct one by one. If we have several big enough follicles, the oviduct cannot accept all the oocytes. If we have so many F1 follicles, so the oviduct will have no ideas which one will go to the oviduct and then which one will be laid, correct? The second one will be whether do we have enough hormones secreted to initiate the ovulation, because this kind of ovulation needs the hormones to initiate. So if we do not have the enough hormone, this kind of follicles cannot go into the infundibulum. The last question will be, how long will it take for the follicle development to the egg laying? Is that correct? The egg laying, correct? As we all know, the time from the follicle development to ovulation will affect the time interval between the egg laying and the ovulation of the next follicle, as well as the length of laying sequences, ultimately affecting the egg laying performances, such as the numbers of eggs laid every day. Let's just think, it takes around 24 hours for an egg to be laid. If we stayed longer in the oviduct, such as 34 hours or 32 hours, that will severely affect the egg numbers that the chicken can lay, correct? So let's have a look at this one. That means the answer the first which if the hierarchical follicles cannot form, what will happen? Let's have a look. This is a kind of good, very well organized hierarchical order follicles in the hen breeders. We can find that we can have very big one, F1, F2, F3, F4, F5, F6, and the F1 will be ready to go to the oviduct. Let's switch to the right panel. We can find the broader breeding hens. Because of they were fed with high amount of nutrients. This kind of follicles are overdeveloped. It seems so many F1 status, so many F1 hierarchy, so many F1 follicles. So the oviduct cannot accept all of them. So it's hard. The egg numbers will be dropped very much in the broader breeders. So in the broader breeders, we must restrict the nutrients levels to kind of prevent this kind of follicle overdevelopment. That will help us to improve the broader breeding hens, the egg production. Except the egg numbers, we also found that we will talk about the egg qualities as we we all want to buy high quality of eggs. As we all know, the eggs can be mainly divided into egg yolk, albumin, or egg white, and egg shell. These are the three major components of the three major structures of the egg. Let's have a look. What is egg yolk? The egg yolk can be divided into, they contains several nutrients. Egg yolk is very well sources of macronutrients such as the 50% of water and 70% of protein and 33% of lipids. The major lipids in the egg yolk is triglyceride and phospholipids and cholesterol. And the egg yolk is also a good source for the minerals and the fat-soluble vitamins, even the xanthophylls, this kind of micronutrients. For the minerals, we can find a large number of iron, phosphorus, calcium, iodine, magnesium, copper, and zinc inside the egg yolk. For the other nutrients, such as the xanthophylls, we all know xanthophylls are kind of carotenoids. They are mainly yellow pigment, so that's why the egg yolk is always yellow color. And the major xanthophylls in the egg yolk is lutein. As we all know, the lutein is very important for our eye health. So we find that the egg yolk is composed by a lot of lipids. So where they come from? So it depends on the synthesis. And we can divide the sources of yolk substances into two types. One is the oocyte synthesis itself. We call it endogenous yolk synthesis. The other one is the synthesized outside the oocyte. We call it exogenous yolk. Most of the yolk precursors were synthesized outside the oocyte. And there are two major types of yolk precursors. We call it very low density lipoprotein Y and vitilinogen, VTG. They are both synthesized in the liver and then transported and deposited back into the oocyte. How do they transport? We know that it is synthesized in the liver. How can they transport it back to the yolk? It takes several steps. Look at the very simple scheme. Those first, the yolk was the VLDLY and the VTG, the yolk precursors, were synthesized in the liver, and then it transports through the blood circulation, and then transitioned to the sickle layer by combined with the polycan, this kind of transporter. The second step is the yolk precursors will passage through the base membrane, the BM layer, the base membrane layer of the yolk, and with interaction with the GGBM1. The third step is when they passage through the base membrane, it will pass through the granular cells and the zona pellucidea, try to reach the surface of the outside, try to reach the surface of the yolk, correct? And then when they reach the surface of the yolk, the yolk precursors will bind with the LR8, the receptor, try to deposit in the oocyte. This is how the yolk precursors are synthesized in the liver and then deposit in the yolk. It's a whole process. As we all know, when the hens are ready to lay eggs, the estrogen will be secreted by the ovary. Estrogen will be released by the ovary, and the ovary, the E2 will bind to its receptors, ER alpha and beta in the liver. Here, with this kind of binding, the hormone binding to its receptors, it will stimulate the production of a very high energy efficient lipoprotein. We call it very low density lipoprotein Y. And this kind of very low density lipoprotein Y will combine with ApoB and then to form. And then this kind of combination will be resistant to the lipoprotein lipase. So it will not be deposited back to the other tissues, the peripheral tissues such as adipose tissue or even in the other muscles. It will go directly to the oocyte and try to deposit to the VLDO. The VLDOI will be deposited back to the follicles. It's a kind of liver ovary axis. This helps the yolk precursors synthesized in the liver and deposit in the oocyte. The oocyte will have some hormone secretion to promote this kind of so-called try to have as much as lipid can deposit, or as much as yolk precursors can deposit in the oocyte to promote the oocyte development. Then we will have more legs. So if this kind of so-called was disrupted, just let's say if the assembling has some problem, the ApoVLDL cannot form with ApoB. So if this kind of assembling or transportation made some problems, the extra amount of lipid will be deposited in the liver or in the abdominal fat. This will cause a kind of fatty liver disease. The fatty liver disease is kind of a very high prevalence in the lean hen product industry, cause a high level of mortality. So we try to figure out how to prevent this kind of things happen, because we want more fat go to the ovary to deposit in the yolk, not stay in the liver, cause fatty liver disease, or not to go to the abdominal fat and this kind of energy waste, correct? And there are several factors, there are several indexes can evaluate the yolk quality. So the first one is the yolk color. We can see it's kind of all these indexes. The yolk color can be mainly come from the levels of carotenoids or the concentrations of carotenoids inside the yolk. There are several factors that influence the yolk color, such as the feeding conditions. Do you feed enough of, do you have carotenoid supplementation, or do you have some other things that add to the diet, which may affect the yolk color? The genetic factors, the age, or the environment both have impacts on the yolk color. The second one is the yolk quality is the blood spot. The blood spot mainly caused by the bleeding of follicles before and during the ovulation. This will cause a blood spot, just like something like this. This will also affect the egg yolk quality. The third one we call the egg yolk index is a kind of ratio of egg yolk height to egg yolk diameter. It reflects the freshness of the egg. it's a kind of let's say if the best level will be larger than 0.4, the second level will be larger than 0.36, the third level will less than 0.35. It's a kind of the height divided by the diameter. We want a high and a smaller, just a round ball, that will be better. So except the egg yolk, and let's have a look at the fertilization. We know that most eggs will be the table eggs, and some eggs will be go to hatch to make a chick. So only the fertilized egg can be hatched. And except the egg yolk, we have the albumin, the big components of the egg, and it's a kind of major protein source of the egg. The albumin can be divided into the thick albumin, is a kind of 60%, and then to thin albumins. So we can divide the egg white into the thick albumin and the thin albumin. The other one is the chalaza albumin, something like that. So we know that the albumin, just like introduced before, the albumin was majorly secreted, synthesized or formed in the magnum, in the oviduct. Let's have a detailed look at the structures of the magnum. It's a wrinkled structure and has a lot of villi. This can give us ideas that the longer villi or the higher villi, then the higher capacity to secrete the albumin, to secrete the albumin. So how to evaluate the egg albumin quality? There are several indexes. The first one is just called albumin index. It's kind of the ratio of thick albumin to thin albumin, correct? And the fresh egg is a kind of 6.624 or 525. It's kind of like that. And we can also measure the pH is just by break the egg and mix the whole albumin and then measure the pH by the pH meter. We find that the higher pH, the lower the albumin quality. The other one is the albumin height. We can also measure the albumin height to reflect the albumin quality. The albumin height is the kind of between the age of the yolk. It's kind of the between the age and the yolk and the thick albumin. It's the height difference. The higher the height, the albumin quality will be better. Except the albumin height, for the previous three indexes, there are USDA index we call the half unit. The symbol is HU. It's a kind of index of egg freshness, and it's kind of equation. This is the equation how to calculate the HU. We can measure the height, the thick albumin height, and then weigh the egg weight, and then to calculate the HU. The higher HU means the viscosity of the albumin is higher and the egg quality is higher. The USDA confirmed that only the double A grade eggs are the HU larger than 72. The 1A grade is a kind of 60 to 70, the HU, and the lower quality such as the B grade egg is kind of HU smaller than 60. So HU is a kind of unit we always use to reflect the egg quality. As we all know, during the storage, because we have the egg and we cannot sell them as soon as possible, so that during storage we always have a problem. We call it albumin thinning. This one we find that albumin protein such as overmucin plays an important role in the albumin thinning. The overmucin, we can divide it into the alpha overmucin and beta overmucin. Its function, the overmucin function, is to maintain the gel properties and the foam stability of the albumin. So if the overmucin, the secretion of overmucin is low, so the form stability of albumin is low, and it's very easy to get albumin thinning, and the quality will be very low, the albumin. So what is albumin thinning? It's a kind of natural processes that occurs during storage. When the albumin thinning happens, the whole pH of the albumin is increased, and then the egg quality is low. The albumin thinning is kind of thick albumin goes to the, it's kind of thick albumin goes to the thin albumin. There are several causes that can contribute to albumin thinning, such as the heat stress that always happen in the southern part of China or the India, and virus infections such as the H1N1 infection, and the feeding conditions, the lack of nutrients, and the environmental problems. All these factors can contribute to the albumin thinning. So albumin thinning is a kind of a obstacle that we always met during the storage of the eggs. We try to prevent albumin thinning. We try to store our eggs as long as possible. It will give us more time to sell our eggs, correct? So except the egg yolk, we have introduced the factors affecting the egg numbers, the follicle development, and affecting the egg yolk, affecting the albumin secretion. The last part is the outside of the egg that we call it egg shell. So let's have a detailed look at the egg shell. The egg shell is let's have a look at it. It can be divided into 4 layers. That's the inner shell membrane, outer shell membrane, the shell, the cortical part, and this the whole shell will be the shell membrane, and the shell and even the cortical part will be formed in the uterus because we have shell gland inside. The major component is the calcium carbonate, and let's have the look at the microstructure of the shell. This is the membrane, and the true shell part can be divided to the palisades and the mammalia. So the palisades, the length or the height of the palisades determines the strengthness of the eggshell. The higher, the stronger. So we want the palisades as high as enough because it will provide the strengthness. The eggshell quality, the eggshell defect rate is a kind of a big problem or big challenges that we met during the total egg production. The eggshell defect rate can be up to 11% of the total egg production. And we have so many problems, such as the pale shelled legs. That means the degree of brown color in the eggshell is determined by the quality of deposit pigment in the cortical. That means the color is very pale, and the lily eggs or pink colors. The egg appears to be pink to the association between the cortical and the extra calcium layer. And we also have problems with eggshell defects such as the dirty eggs. That means the eggshell is stained by the feces. And we have blood-stained eggs, usually from the police in early lay. Eggs are contaminated by the smears of blood from a prolapsed colic. So this kind of the younger hens. And we also have problems with the shell-less eggs laid without a shell layer, and the soft-shelled eggs and the crackers. All these we have tons of problems with the eggshell defects. In the entire egg production chain of collection, packaging, grading, transportation, selling, the eggshell defect rate can be up to 20%. If we have the eggshell defect rate up to 20%, that will cause a huge economical loss. And we try to figure out how to solve this problem. Let's have a look how to evaluate the eggshell quality. The first one is the eggshell strength. We can measure the maximum pressure that the eggshell can withstand. The normal range is 33.5 kilograms per centimeter square. And the second one is the eggshell thickness. This is trying to measure the average eggshell thickness of the three parts of the equatorial line of an egg. The normal range is a kind of 0.3 to 0.4 millimeters. So a tiny changes in the eggshell thickness will cause a huge change in the strengthness. So we want the thickness as thick as enough that will help us to help the eggs to prevent to be broken, correct? And we also have some other index such as the egg shape indexes, such we can calculate by dividing the long axis by the short axis. The normal range is a kind of 1.24 to 1.37. Except the eggshell strengthness or the thickness, the eggshell color also can be, although we have experiments or can measure the nutrients has no difference between the different color of eggs, but the consumers always prefer to buy the dark brown egg that are the dream egg for the consumers. Just like my mom always want to buy the dark brown. She thinks the dark brown means the high quality. Although we know that the quality has no ideas with the eggshell color, but we want dark brown eggshell color. Correct. So as we introduced previously, the eggshell color mainly determined by the pigment. So just like the protopophyrin, the color of the egg will be yellow, red, or brown. If we have biliverdin, the eggshell color will be green or the blue purple. If we have a lot of bilirubin, that will cause the faint yellow color. Correct? And why do we pay attention to the eggshell color? Because for the industries, it's easier for them to do the quality grading and then try to sell their eggs. And they can also use eggshell as an indicator for breeding influencing factors, help them to select the best pair of breedings. And for the consumers, it's easier and it's convenient for the consumers to choose the satisfactory eggs. And we can, for the consumers, they can very easily to decide which egg they will buy. They can just tell from the color, correct? So we want the color dark brown as the dream color. There are several factors can affect the eggshell color. First, the genetics. Just as we know that the genetics color, eggshell color is largely determined by genetics, but considerable variation in shell color can still be seen within a genetic or similar flock. And the second one will be the diseases. Some disease damage the oviduct and affect egg production, such as the infectious bronchitis, has the most influence on changing the shell color. The sunlight, as we all know, I can tell from the sunlight in free range flocks, just like the free range flocks. The pale eggs are more likely to occur than these in closed house. The reason for this could be an overdose of vitamin D3 available to the birds, such as some parasites infections, the infestation of roundworms or capillary worms may cause the pale shells and the pale yolk. The color will be very, very low. And as we all know, due to the intensive farming, the chickens always on the stress condition. So if the egg, this will cause the egg kept longer in the oviduct. Due to this kind of stress, it may cause the grayish white of egg. So we try to figure out how to solve this kind of problem. And the other part will be the nutritional part and or the production rate. The eggshell color can be lighter and lighter in the high producing flocks. So in the high producing chicks, the eggshell color will be lighter. So except the egg yolk and the eggshell, there are other points we may also pay attention is the egg flavor, because the customers cannot tell from the nutrients, they will tell from the color or the taste of the egg. So what are the factors influencing the taste of the egg? So first is the protein composition. If do this egg have high amount of flavor amino acids such as the proline, or the yolk? What's the lipid composition? Do they have enough of linoleic acid, other types of lipid sterols, and other substances such as fatty hydrocarbons, aldehydes, ketones, furans, sulfides. All these things can affect the taste of the egg. We can do experiment, try to see what kind of nutrient supplementant can affect the this kind of protein or lipid or substance composition in the egg. All the previous part we're talking about the factors influencing the laying performance and the egg quality. So what are the key problems? Let's just draw a big map. So we find that if the just like the previous professor talked about that, if we try to solve the problems in the laying hens, we may pay a lot of attention on the liver disease. As we introduced, liver synthesized yolk precursors, correct? Liver synthesized the yolk precursor. It can promote the development of oocyte. It will mainly determine the number of eggs that can be laid. And we also need to pay attention to the intestine, the healthy, as intestine is the part where all the nutrients are absorbed. If the calcium is the major component in the major component of the eggshell. If the calcium and the phosphorus absorption lower in the intestine, it will cause problems with the eggshell, and we will have a high rate of eggshell defect. All the other things, if the calcium, phosphorus metabolic disorder in the bone, and if the damage to the ovaries and the oviduct, because this is the way how the eggs formed, how the albumin secreted, how the shell membranes formed, how the eggshell formed. All this kind of damage to this part will have problems with the egg laying performance and egg quality. So if we want to improve the egg laying performance or improve the egg quality, we may pay attention to all these parts, such as the liver health, oviduct health, bone health, and the gut health. As we, our lab mainly focusing, try to figure out the inflammation, the uterus inflammation and the salpingitis. As we all know, in the pig laying hens, because they lay a lot of eggs, and they were fed with high nutrition. So the uterus inflammation and salpingitis all can be a common reproductive tract inflammation in laying hens, often occurring during the peak and the late stage of laying. And it may be caused by the poor breeding environment, improper diet rate, such as a high fat diet, and extensive feeding management can all lead to this kind of uterus inflammation and salpingitis in laying hens. What's the side effects of the uterus inflammation? And we can find it will make the hens difficult to reach the peak stage of laying, and then it will shorten the laying period. All this will cause the egg numbers, the laying performance getting lower. and this will decrease the egg production rate. And what's more, the egg quality, such as the eggshell defect, because the reproductive tract, except the outside development, they form the albumin and they form the eggshell. So the egg quality will be getting lower and lower if the uterus inflammation happens. Therefore, we did an experiment and try to find some supplementations can help us to prevent or treat the reproductive tract inflammation. As bile acid, we did a lot of experiments try to see if we find that the bile acid can help to anti-inflammation and anti-fatty liver disease. So we try to see if bile acid supplementation can help to prevent the oviduct inflammation and can help to promote the to increase the laying performance in the laying hens. What we did, we choose the chickens, the laying hens in the peak stage, the peak laying stage, and then we divided them into 4 groups, the control group, and the other 3 groups are the diets supplemented with 200 milligram kilogram diet bile acid. The other one is 500 milligram, and the other one is, the third one is 800 milligram. And we try to measure how the laying performance changed and how the oviduct inflammation changed. What we found is that we treated the chicks for 4 weeks. So for the first 2 weeks, the laying rate was significantly increased in the 500 milligram group and 800 milligram group. And for the 3rd week and the 4th week, the laying rate was highly increased in the 3 groups. That means the bile acid supplementation will increase the laying rate compared to the control group. And we also find the feed to egg ratio was decreased. That means the chicken eat less and produce more eggs. Let's have a look at the oocyte of the follicle development. This is the left panel is the control group, and this one is the bile acid group. We found that the bile acid can significantly improve the hierarchical order. We can find the F1, F2, F3, F4, F5, F6, and this seems similar, something like that. The bile acid can significantly improve the hierarchical order of the follicles. Let's have a look at the egg quality. The bile acid supplementation, especially in the high group, significantly upregulate the egg weight. Except this, the egg yolk weight, such as the egg yolk weight, was significantly increased after bile acid supplementation. Except the egg yolk weight increased, let's have a look at the albumin quality. The albumin height was significantly increased in the low dose group, and the HU index was significantly increased in the low dose. That means a kind of 200 milligram per kilogram bile acid supplementation can largely increase the quality of egg albumin. Except this, the albumin quality was increased in the thick albumin to the ratio between thick albumin to the thin albumin. That means it's a kind of the 500 milligram supplementation and will increase the ratio between the thick and the thin albumin ratio. Except this, the previous slides just confirm that bile acid supplementation will increase the laying performance. So let's have a look at the other parts of the the experiment, we find that the bile acid supplementation can. This is the is kind of HE pictures. The histology slides, the histology pictures of the magnum part of the oviduct. We can find that the magnum is kind of wrinkle structure. They have a lot of villi. And we can find the villi in the 200 milligram and the 500 milligram. The villi is much higher than the control group. That means bile acid supplementation can help to promote the villi height in the magnum part. As we all know, the magnum part is the part where the albumin was formed, correct? And except this, the inflammation index such as the TNF-alpha, IL-1 beta, and IL-6, all these other inflammations in the magnum part, we find that the inflammation status was decreased after bile acid supplementation. This means that the BA supplementation ameliorates the oviduct inflammation. Except these, the other studies, and we found the bile acid supplementation will also help to ameliorate the fatty liver disease in the laying hens. As we introduced before, the fatty liver disease is a kind of very severe problem. The key challenge that we made in the laying hen industry, as liver is so important in the nutrients metabolism. So bile acid can help to prevent or treat the fatty liver disease. This will also have an effect on the laying performance. Let's make a summary of today's presentation. We can find that bile acid can increase the number of small yellow follicles and improve the laying rate. Bile acid can also increase the egg yolk and albumin quality. Bile acid can increase the height of the villi and promote the albumin production in the magnum. Bile acid ameliorates the inflammation in the oviduct. And last but not least, bile acid can ameliorate the fatty liver disease in the laying hens. All these benefits can help to promote the laying performance and egg quality in the legs. And the bile acid can help the chicks or can help the laying hen to provide or to produce more eggs that we can eat. That's all for my presentation. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you so much, Dr. Wu. Dr. Wu analyzed the egg quality from eggshell, yolk, albumin. Very professional, and I learned a lot today. Now I have a more detailed understanding of eggs from eggshell to yolk and albumin. Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Wu. And we got 2 questions. So question 1, yeah, you just compared broilers and layers. I think around page 9 or page 10. Yeah, you said that follicle overgrowth can affect a fertilization of broiler breeders, etc. So how can we inhibit follicle overgrowth? Yeah, this is the question.
That's a very good question. I think we can just adjust the diet ratio, because the broilers, we try to make them grow as fast as possible, correct? We try to have them try to sell them as soon as possible. So we always fed them a high energy diet. This kind of diet was it's kind of high fat and low protein. This kind of diet will cause a kind of problem. As we know, the fat, when we absorbed and then they get deposited in the oocyte, the precursors come from the liver, correct? The lipid come from the liver, and all these fat will deposit, go to the oocyte. So the overgrowth of the follicles. So we can make adjustment on the diet, try to inhibit this kind of overgrowth.
Okay, So try to adjust the feed nutrition, right?
Yes,
Such
the
as
feed nutrition.
the
Yeah.
level and the protein level, such as like that.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Wu. And the second question we got is, you just talked about blood spot of eggs, right? So my farm eggs have this kind of problem. Can you give me some advice how to reduce this blood spot on my eggs? The blood spot.
I think just like I introduced the let me show you my slide.
Yeah.
It's kind of the blood spot is kind of if inside the yolk that's caused of bleeding of follicles before or during the ovulation. This kind of what I can say is we should do is try to lower the stress level, because if the ovulation happens a lot, and this kind of incidents will happen, just like the blood spot. We try to how to say that, make the chicken happy, or do not under a lot of stress, and then the ovulation, the blood spot will the incidence of blood spot will be lower. Actually, I don't have a very good answer for this question, and I will check the reference and answer this question later. Correct?
Okay.
Okay.
I will.
I will send you can send me email, and I will answer this question by asking some other expertise and try to figure out how to solve this problem later. Okay.
Problem. I will tell this this listener. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, and I just got the final question. Can we share your PowerPoint to our audience, because our audience wants your PowerPoint for studying?
Okay, no problem. I will send you later. Okay, after the presentation.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, bye.
Thank you, Doctor. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Yeah. Next, we have Professor Chapon. The topic he has for us today is overcoming heat stress and fatty liver in laying hens through nutrition. So welcome, Professor Chapon.
Hi everybody, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear, but
My camera, what happened? I don't know why it's happening like this.
Okay.
Anyway, I
No
will.
problem.
Okay. We share my slide first, okay?
Yeah.
Can you see my presentation?
Yes, very
Okay,
clear.
you can see it with clear.
You can
Okay.
start now. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. I'm really happy to be here, and thank that invites me to have a talk in the topic of the overcoming heat stress and the fatty liver in laying hen by the nutrition manipulations. Okay, so the first of all, I would like to just introduce or introductions that all of you may know about that because of the negative impact on the heat stress will change the chicken behavior, like they reduce their feed consumption, reduce their activity, and they have the high painting to reduce or cool down their body temperatures. Okay. Another one is they change the physiological response when they got heat stress, particularly they will have the oxidative stress, acid-base imbalance, and even the respiratory alkalosis. Even the fecal microbiota profile will be changes. The next is neuroendocrine. So we know that all the hormone system, even the neurotransmitter, will be changed, and then they get the negative effects on the productivity of the chicken finally. So from this, the body weight feed consumption will be declined, and for the mortality will be increases, and particularly for the quality and quantity of the egg will be reduces. Okay, and from this, I would like to talk about the effect of the heat stress first. Okay, from this, when the chicken get the heat stress, they will have the, I'm sorry, my slide is not changed. I will stop here and then I will start it again because my slide is not
You may need to try to click the screen.
yeah.
And
Okay,
then
okay, it's coming. Okay. When they get heat stress, okay, the thing that will happen is hyperventilation. For the hyperventilation, it means that we lose the carbon dioxide in the blood level, and then make we call the respiratory alkalosis. This is mean the is increase the pH in the blood. So the activity of the carbonic anhydrase enzyme activity will be dropped down. Another thing is they will reduce the secretions of the calcium and carbonate. So it will make the poorer quality of the eggshell. This is the normal thing that is we are seeing, particularly with the acid-base balance. Okay, so when the chicken get the heat stress, the thing that we have to concerning is the acid-base balance. Okay, I would like to talk about how the animal or the chicken cool down their body temperatures. Okay, normally the animal have two main mechanisms, like the sensible heat loss mechanism and then insensible heat loss mechanisms. Okay, for the sensible heat loss mechanism, we call the radiation, convection, and conduction. Okay, and insensible heat loss, they will be called evaporations. Normally, for the sensible and insensible heat loss will be low during the comfort zone. It means that if the temperature is cool, like 20 to 25 degrees Celsius, the heat loss will be lowest. But conversely, if they get heat stress, the insensible heat loss will be increased. You can see this one, and then they will use the evaporation mechanism to cool down their body temperatures. From this, because of the use the evaporations to cool down their body temperatures, it means that during the heat stress, they will reduce the heat via the evaporations, and then they have the hyperventilations. Of course, they will lose a lot of the carbon dioxide, and then what will happen? The activity of the enzyme carbonic anhydrase will be reduces, and then what will happen again? So the synthesis of the calcium carbonate, that is the 90% more than 90% in the eggshell, the synthesis of the calcium carbonate will be decreases too. So this make the poorer eggshell quality from this. So it means that even you increase the calcium sources like the calcium carbonate into your feed, during heat stress, it cannot be solved if you don't solve the problem of the acid-base balance. Okay, you have to reduce the pH in the blood before first, and then you can solve the problem using the supplementation of some calcium carbonate. Otherwise, there is no meaning to supplement the calcium carbonate during the heat stress if you don't solve these problems. Okay. Another problem is for the heat stress. This is a big problem is the oxidative stress. Okay, just previous slide I talking about the acid-base imbalance, but from this slide, I talk about the oxidative balance. So when you in the normal situations, the oxidation, antioxidants, and ROS, I mean reactive oxygen species will be balanced. But during the heat stress or the oxidative stress, the oxidative damage will be occur, particularly in lipid protein and nucleic acid. So it induces the apoptosis or cell death. Okay, so this happen, for example, in the follicular development for the heat stress and follicular growth and oxidations. You can see this if the animal or the laying hen get the heat stress and then increase the oxidations, they will have a negative impact to the follicular growth, because of in the follicular there are a lot of fat and protein inside the yolk. So for the fat or the lipid here, you will get easier for the getting the oxidations from this. So we need some antioxidant during the heat stress to prevent the damage of these things. Before, I would like to show you that what is the heat production. We have to understand about where is the heat come from, how the animal or the chicken produce their heat. I just talk about the fundamental thing about the animal nutrition. Okay, for the gross energies that we can find and use the bomb calorimeter, and then we have to know about the gross energies, and then next we go to the digestible energies. Normally we use the metabolizable energies, but in this term, I would like to show you about the digestible energies, because during the digestion, they have the heat. They produce heat in the gastrointestinal tract. They also produce the heat because there are the catabolism of the feed here, and then they have a lot of the fermentation. For the fermentation also produce heat. Okay, and then even the nutrients can be absorbed and then go to metabolism. During the metabolism or the amino acid or the protein metabolism, they also have the heat that we call heat loss. Okay, when we talk about the net energies, we concerning about the heat loss, but I would like to show or share with you that normally the animal will produce the heat into two parts, one in the gastrointestinal tract and another one during the metabolisms. Okay, so I would like to back to the basic again. When we talk about the basics of life, when we have to talk about the basics of life for the substrate. When we give the animal or the nutrient to the animal, they will produce. This is a normal reaction. Normal reaction, they need ATP, and both anabolism and catabolism, they produce heat. And then from this reaction, we need oxygen and produce carbon dioxide. They need energies, and then from this chemical reaction, we call the metabolism, anabolism, and catabolism. From this, the enzyme, they need the pH, temperature, coenzyme, and cofactor. And then they need again for the electrolyte balance or osmotic pressure in the cell. This is the fundamental thing that we have to understand about this. And then for the carbon dioxide involving the pH in the blood and involving with the calcium carbonate synthesis that I mentioned before. So I would like to summarize again for the gastrointestinal tracts produce heat, and then cellular metabolism produce heat, and then we have to let the maximize digestibility or the digestion to reduce the heat in the gastrointestinal tract. And we have to maximize the ATP production or the anabolic rate, I mean for the synthesis. We have to let them maximize of these mechanisms to reduce the heat too. I would like to show you just only the example in our study so long time ago. We use the low protein diet, and then the control is the 16% of the CP. And when we reduce the protein and using the amino acid balance, you can see we can reduce the mortality rate significantly. And from this study, we not yet to supplement the fat or the formulate the diet according to SID basis. If we supplement fat and formulate the diet using SID basis, I do believe that we will have better productive performance. And then another thing that if they have a lower amino acids, I mean they have the imbalance of amino acid, that we have very high level of the mortality rate. Of course, from this study, that we have the fatty liver syndrome too. And I just show you that when we formulate the diet according to the total basis and SID basis, I mean for the standard diarrheal digestibility, we can reduce the cost of the feed, we can reduce the protein concentration in the feed, and reduce the fiber. So from this, we can reduce the cost and reduce the protein, reduce the fiber, that it can reduce the heat, reduce the nitrogen excretions. For finally, we can reduce the heat. So this is the normal practice that we have to do when we talking about how we formulate the feed to reduce the heat. So the first of the thing that I suggest you to formulate the diet according to the SID basis. There are the recommendations. For example, this is the highlight. I think that you can get a lot of informations, and then they just have the information like the standard diarrheal digestibility, like requirement here is ID, and then you can see that you have to formulate the diet according to SID basis, and then using the nutrient intake per day. Here when the animal or your chicken get heat stress. So from this, you can reduce the cost, you can save the cost, and then you can reduce the heat stress. Okay, so I just confirm that using the SID basis for your feed formulations, you can reduce the heat stress. Okay. For the protein and amino acid for the laying hen, the thing that I can suggest you, if you want to have the detail, you can go to this review paper. First of all, you have to find the high digestibility of the protein, balanced amino acid, but based on the AID basis. Okay, electrolyte balance, vitamin, and then acid-base balance is really important thing for you. Okay, I would like to straight again that if in terms of the cellular metabolism, if they have the catabolism higher than anabolism, it will make very high heat production rather than the anabolism. So in terms of the metabolism, you have to let the animal or the cell have the anabolic rate high as possible. So reduce the metabolic heat productions is reduce the excess or indigestible protein or the fiber. Balance amino acid in the SID concept, and then increase the fat content in the diet because the fat have the low heat increment. Finally, if it's possible, use a net energy system. But in terms of the chicken, now we cannot use the net energies. We still use the metabolizable energy system. So for the chicken or the protein, I recommend you to use the SID basis of the amino acid and metabolizable energy to reduce the heat increment and improve the health. Remember again, for the heat increment create from the protein, carbohydrate, and fat. 30, 10, and 5% of the metabolic stable energy respectively. So it means that high protein level make the higher heat production in the body. Another thing is the sodium bicarbonate. So I mean that we have to manipulate acid-base balance that I mentioned before. We have to maintain the pH in the blood vessels, like using the sodium bicarbonate. Why we need to supplement sodium bicarbonate into the diet? Because of during the heat stage, the chicken lose a lot of the carbon dioxide. We have to supplement like a carbon dioxide into the blood vessel using the sodium bicarbonate. Okay, and then how about the sodium? Why we need sodium into the diet, into the diet? Because we have to concern about sodium and potassium and chloride, like the ethylene electrolyte balance. So what does this mean for the dietary electrolyte balance? Because of the sodium and potassium pump. Sodium and potassium pump is very important because it's very important for the nutrient absorption. So we have to help the animal to absorb the nutrient, not only the digestion, but we have to help them to absorb the nutrients. So helping them to have the high absorption capacity is mean that we have to take a look at the electrolyte balance using the sodium, potassium, and chloride. And then normally we use the sodium bicarbonate into our diet. Okay. This is a normal thing that we have to supplement or use the sodium bicarbonate and salt into our diet when we get heat stress. Not only sodium and sodium bicarbonate, maybe we have to concern about vitamin C. Normally, vitamin C can be synthesized in the endogenous system. The vitamin C can be synthesized from glucose in terms of the chicken, but during the heat stage, the chicken need higher vitamin C. So maybe you have to concern about the increasing the vitamin C in the diet too. Another thing that is very, very important is this lipid peroxidation. For the lipid peroxidation is you can see during the heat stress, the animal or the chicken, we have a lot of negative effect on the productivity. For example, for the lipid peroxidations, that we know that in the yolk they have a lot of fat that very easy to have the fat oxidation. So during the heat stress, they have the ROS, I mean for the reactive oxygen species. So from this, they will have lipid peroxidation, and then they will have the negative effects on the yolk quality. Not only yolk quality, you will get the problem with the eggshell quality, as I mentioned before about the carbonic anhydrase and then calcium binding protein. And another thing that is the most important is the fatty liver. Because of the liver, they have a lot of the fat, and then they have a lot of protein. That I mentioned, that protein, fat, and nucleic acid can be oxidized too. And if the liver get the problem with the oxidative damage, they will not be produce the vitamin D. The vitamin D production will be declined, and then they will get the problem with the fatty liver. When they get the problem or they have a lower level of the vitamin D, they will get the problem with the calcium and the phosphorus utilization too, and then they get to poor quality of the eggshell and even with the immune functions. Okay, so the vitamin is very important. So the vitamin and mineral have to be concerned when the chicken get heat stress. In terms of the fat-soluble vitamin, the thing that we have to focus is the vitamin E, because vitamin E is the fat-soluble antioxidant, so it can protect the damage of the cell membrane. So you have to increase the level of the vitamin E firstly. And in terms of the water-soluble vitamin, normally for the water-soluble vitamin, they are involving with the energy metabolism. So that you know that during the heat stress, the feed consumption will be low. The animal or the laying hen will have the lesser energy supply. So you have to improve the energy efficiency or the energy utilization in terms of the cellular metabolism. So the increasing of the water soluble vitamin is the way that you have to improve. Okay, vitamin E to protect the cell membrane damage, and then vitamin B complex to improve the metabolism of the energies in the cell. And unforgettable for the vitamin C that I talked before, because it's involved with the redox reactions and choline that involved with the fat metabolisms. Okay, so it means that we have to talk about the vitamin and mineral in terms of the lipophilic surface. The lipophilic surface talking about the vitamin C, vitamin E, and some minerals like zinc, copper, or magnesium, and some hydrophilic surface. We talk about the vitamin C, glutathione that is involved with the methionine, selenium, zinc, and copper. So from this will be reduce the damage from the oxidations. Okay. So vitamin E and vitamin C, when you increase the vitamin C, you have to supplement vitamin C too. Okay. So another thing is not only the heat stress, but also the age, the age of the laying hen. Regarding to the age, according to our study, you can see 38 weeks to the 42 weeks of age. You can see this one. When the laying hen become older, or the age, when they get older, the H per L ratio, I mean the heterophil per lymphocyte ratio will be increased. It means that when the laying hen getting old, they have easier to get stressed. So this is the thing. This is a normal thing that is happen. So we cannot avoid when they have to getting old, and then that we know that when they getting old, they will have the easier for getting stress. Okay, so from the age-related change in the liver metabolisms, okay, also have been published from the China. But from this is I would like to show this one. When the laying hen getting old, the protein in the liver decline. You can see this is the level of the protein in the liver decline when they're getting old. And then what's happened again for the fat increasing. Okay, when the laying hen getting old, do remember they easier to get stressed. The secondly, the protein in the liver decline, the fat in the liver increase. This is the thing that is happening. This is normal thing that is happening. So when they get stressed, getting old, if they have the lower protein accumulation here, and then high fat accumulation here, they will have the fatty liver. Okay. Normally, I will not talk this so much because the previous speaker already talked about this. But for the normal, the liver produce the fat in laying hen. The 90% of the fat produced from the liver. And then normally, if they can excrete or transport their fat, and then they can accumulate the fat into the abdominal fat. But if the VLDL very low, then still lipoprotein can be synthesized or blocking, they will get the fatty liver syndrome. So it means that for the fatty liver syndrome, it's easily. Firstly, they produce a lot of fat here. Secondly, they produce low protein. And then thirdly, they cannot export or excrete the fat into the blood vessel or into the extra hepatic tissue. So from this, the heat stress and oxidative and liver and lipid metabolism, they have very close relationship with each other. So do remember again that in avian species, more than 95% of the lipid are produced in the liver, okay? And then the liver very sensitive to the stress, including for the heat load, okay? And when not only the accumulations of the fat or the transportation of the fat from the liver that have the problem, but for the oxidative stress also damage or have the problem with the cell membrane. Okay, when the animal, when they have the oxidative stress, they will get the problem with the phospholipid in the cell membrane, and then when they have the problem with the cell membrane, they will get the problem induce the fatty liver syndrome again. So from this, we have to protect the chicken from the oxidative stress. So again, I would like to summarize that if the liver cannot produce the apoprotein and then transport the fat to the VLDL, they get the fatty liver syndrome here. So in this state, not only the over accumulation of the fat or over synthesis of the fat in the liver, but because of the low protein synthesis and a poor development of the protein in the VLDL, so it can induce the fatty liver too. Not only this, hyper or hypermethylation. Okay, we know about the methylation. Methyl group is very important for the fat and protein synthesis. Hypo or hypermethylation, too high or too low, methyl donor also induce the fatty liver. So from this too low, but in normal too low methyl group will induce a lower VLDL and induce the fatty liver. So we have to concern when we keep the animal in the heat stress, particularly when we keep the laying hen, the old laying hen in the heat stress. Okay, we have to concern a lot of the protein, methionine, folic acid, vitamin B12, and choline, betaine, cystathione, B6 again. So we have to concern everything. I would like to summarize that. We have to think about the protein and energy ratio, amino acid balance, dietary fat, and then lipotropic diet. This is a lipotropic diet, vitamin B12, folic, choline, methionine involving with the fatty liver. This is I would like to share with you. Another thing that is very interesting is for the feed efficiency. You have to concern or you have to focus on the feed efficiency, not only the egg productivity, not only the egg productions, but you have to focus on the FCR, because the FCR, improving FCR can reduce the fatty liver. So in terms of the chicken productions, of course, we have to concern about the egg weight percentage of the egg. We have to concern about the egg mass. But the thing that unforgettable is the FCR. You have to control or manage the FCR as low as possible to improve to protect the fatty liver. Finally, in this topic, I would like to talk about the microbiologists and neurobiologists. We talk about the microendocrinology. That is very hot issue, and then it's very important thing for the chicken because there are some the gut-brain axis. The model of the gut-brain axis is very popular now. So we have to talk about the microbiome in the gut and talk about the brain and then the stress of the animal. So just early this year, Japanese scientists have confirmed that the gut microbiome is a core regulator of the metabolism. So from this, we have to focus on the microbiome. Even our study in Kasetsart University, we also confirm that stress have changed the microbiota structure in the level of the phylum, even the family, even the genus and species. This is our study have to also confirm this evidence. Okay. For the microbiota gut-brain axis during heat stress have been reviewed. I think you can find this study and then you can see the detail of this phenomena in this review paper. It's quite clear and then it have a lot of detail here. Okay. Not only this, during his stress and challenge with the salmonella, with vitamin C, can also change the microbiota too. So from this, now we have to focus on the microbiome that involve with all of the metabolic pathway in the body of each animal. So from this, they show a lot of the change of the microbiota when the animal get his stress and vitamin C, even the microbiome. So from this, I would like to share to tell you that there was study through that the seagull microbiota and fatty liver also have they use the Lachance as a model. So they conclude that the microbiota have very close relationship with the fatty liver in the chicken. Okay. From these two, fatty liver disease also involved with the microbiota. Finally, from this year, I think this is from China University again, they conclude that the imbalance of the microbiota induce the fatty liver again. So from this, I would like to make the conclusions like firstly, you have to reduce the heat increment in the body of the animal, reducing the ethylene protein using SID basis of the amino acid. I think that is very easy because they have already saw the recommendations. Okay, and then using the amino acid balance, increase the dietary fat but reduce dietary starch because the fat have a lower heat increment. Okay, you just reduce the carbohydrate and increase some dietary fat into the diet. And then you have to reduce the lipid peroxidations using vitamin C, E, and A, and some minerals, selenium, zinc, and magnesium and copper. And finally, you have to reduce the fat and increase the protein synthesis in the liver, improving fat mobilization and increase the apoprotein synthesis and improving the methylation metabolism, methionine, folate, choline, betaine, and vitamin B12 is the thing that you have to concern that we are talking about the lipotrope, dietary lipotropic. Okay, this is the all of the thing that I can suggest But anyway, there are a lot of the feed additive that you can use to manipulate the heat, stress, and fatty liver. But for my talking today or my presentation today, I just talk about the nutrition, okay, in terms of the nutrient or the feed formulation. Thank you very much for your attention. Okay.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor Chai Peng. Thank you for sharing heat stress with us. It's very interesting. And how can we overcome heat stress and fatty liver through nutrition? It's very useful, I think. And I have noticed a few questions in the talking box. So the first question is, does heat stress affect enzyme activity in the body of layers, such as lipase, protease, etc.?
Okay. For the lipase and protease, normally is not to have the big effect, not so big effect on that, but it had a big effects on the carbonic anhydrase that produce the carbonic acid in the blood and then calcium carbonate. But there are some studies that they show that the heat stress reduce the activity, not the activity, but they reduce the excretions of the enzyme, not the activity. So from this, it can reduce the total digestion. Yeah.
Heat stress affect the total digestion.
Yeah.
Okay, got it. And the second question is, can the lack of nutrition such as minerals cause fatty liver of laying hens?
Yeah, of course, because of some mineral like the selenium, zinc, copper, they are involving the antioxidants. So if the chicken have the higher oxidation, they will induce the fatty liver. So we need to protect the animal from the oxidations. I mean that we have to make the cell membrane have the good function of the cell membrane. Yeah.
Okay. So a lack of minerals will cause fatty liver, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you, Professor.
Okay, you're welcome.
Thanks for your nice sharing today.
Okay, bye-bye.
Yeah, thank you. And now I'd like to bring out our fifth guest today, Professor Ali Agus from Indonesia. So Professor Ali, it's your time now. So Professor Ali, can you hear me?
Hello, yes, I'm listening.
Yeah, your voice is very clear. It's very clear, your voice. Yeah, and now you can share your PowerPoint. Okay.
Okay, is it clear?
Yeah, it's clear. Now you can start.
Okay, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, all of the participants and the organizing committee. I would like to express my sincere thanks to be part of all of you here, and I participated in this event, and I take an opportunity for these occasions to share about the situation of layers feed and fatty liver cases in Indonesia. I would say maybe more on macro issue on Indonesian situations, because on the aspect of scientific and detail about the fatty liver cases, procedure, and how to mitigate, how to anticipate. Just recently, our colleagues, the previous presenters, dealing with nutritional approach, how to minimize the fatty liver syndrome. So I will share about the agenda, brief introduction, and then current situation of poultry feed production in Indonesia, of course, and then threats on fatty liver syndromes, but in general aspect, and some concluding remarks. Just to give a brief introductions, and Indonesia has the quite interesting and developing poultry production in Indonesia. Poultry production contributes almost 60% of livestock gross domestic product, among other livestock, and almost 80% of total livestock production. And this industry also using almost more than 10% of the national labor. That is around 13.7 million labor involved in the livestock industry. And especially for the poultry, the turnover of finance could reach 700 trillion rupiah per year. I think it's quite an important number for the finance that can be turnover for Indonesia. And the poultry breeding in Indonesia, I think, also has the challenge on that development. It's also quite growing well. Currently, there are 32 broilers grandparent stock breeders and 6 layer grandparent stock breeders operated in Indonesia. Poultry products have met 2% of Indonesian people protein consumption. It means poultry product is one of the available protein source for the Indonesians. Even there is also small number of export poultry products exported reach the number of 2.58 million US dollars. On the point of view export productions, when we compare for the production of Indonesia compared to other countries like China, for example, European, United States, India, of course, they are 4 biggest country producing eggs like China, Europe, United States, India. Indonesia also maybe for number 4.7 million tons of egg production. It's quite interesting in this area. And talking about the comparison of egg consumptions per capita, Indonesia is still still lower, of course, compared to China, Japan, Malaysia. But with the population growing up, the consumption of eggs that's targeted to be 17.69 kilogram per capita, and at this time being almost increase. This is consumption 2017. Last year, the level of egg consumption per capita is around 19 kilogram per capita. So higher than the average egg consumption, that is only 8.74 kilogram per capita. So Indonesia is considered as one of the important egg production because representing around 6% of the total world egg production. So I would say that the poultry industry and especially layer farming industry in Indonesia play a quite important role in this point. when we compare about the supply demand of egg, yeah, we can figure out in here, yeah, from year to year, that's the egg supply from 2017 to 2022. This is the increased demand and also the increasing of consumptions. The growth rate about the consumption is around 2.55% each year. So the consumption increased, while the demand, of course, per year, the demand on egg is around 3.62% almost every year. While the productions, so there is a surplus, in fact, yeah. We have egg production surplus. And the growing of the surplus is quite interesting, yeah, because almost 42% of the growing of the surplus of the egg. That recently we have also the problem of the egg price because of the oversupply of egg production at this time being. Just recently, and this year also, we feel that the egg surplus is already happened. That stimulate the reducing egg price and the level of a consumer. And of course, this is supported by the poultry feed production. I would share about the current situation on poultry feed production. All of the Indonesia, the total capacity of poultry feed is around 27.9 million metric ton. Yeah. In the total number of feed mill, yeah, there are around 110 feed plants all over Indonesia. There are in Sumatra, North Sumatra, West Sumatra, Lampung, in Java, yeah, concentrated in Java. Also, there are, I think, more than 50% of the feed plants operated in Indonesia located in Java, either in Jakarta or Banten, West Java, Central Java, and East Java, and some of them from Kalimantan, West and South Kalimantan, and Sulawesi. So from year to year, the growing up of feed plants or poultry feed plants is increasing. Yeah. Since 5 years ago, the growing of the feed plant is quite significantly. Yeah, from the capacity of 20 million metric tons 5 years ago, and now the poultry feed plants capacity or total capacity reaching the number of 27.5 million tons. Almost every year there are new feed mills built, new feed mill established, especially in outside of Java Island, like in Kalimantan, Sulawesi. Like just recently, new feed capacity under development, 36,000 ton in Sumatra. It's just new company building this. On the majority for poultry, especially broiler is 62%, while layer 13%. But there are a lot of concentrate layer, 32% for layer, some of them 11%, and in small part for aqua feed, like shrimp or fish feed, but the number less than 2 million metric ton the capacity of production. But the majority is for broiler and layer, but some of them for breeders. Another things, since the corn is consisted of almost 0.5% of formula feed, like at this time being, feed mill face the serious problem on the supply of feed raw material, because they are quite rare about the corn raw production, maybe because of El Nino or effect of global warming. So it is estimated that the corn production decreasing this year, 2023, that may affect on the production capacity. Yeah, comparing to last year, the production capacity on the realization of the production is 16.53 million ton, but it seems decreasing almost 2 million ton. Yeah. Indonesia just a couple of years ago didn't import corn, or very slightly corn import, but recently, yeah, the demand on corn increasing with the development of new company or new feed mill plant, especially for poultry. But the corn supply is steady available. So it is projected that the demand of corn and or we may consider the stock, national stock of corn, how many days. It seems our stock of corn is less than 45 days this time being, less than 2 months. So it means the demand on corn is increasing while the supply is this is when we compare year by year. So we can imagine from 2019 to 2033, like this, 2033, the stock is lower and lower. I mean, the national stock of corn is even at this time being less than 40 days. What does the issue or even the challenge in the feed production under Indonesian situations? The price of rice, the price of raw material, either imported or domestic origins, is increasing. So I think this is the challenge not only for Indonesians but also for global company, because of the corn or feed raw materials available that makes or stimulate the high price of raw material. And then this is also regulation like tax and anti-dumping, currency. Yeah, currency head to United American or dollar, US dollar. This is the weakened exchange rate. Yeah? Indonesian exchange rate is relatively favorable. I mean, lower exchange rates that may affect our feed mill industry. While the domestic corn production, as I mentioned before, quantity and quality is a challenge at this time being. This is the at least some issues that should be anticipated and considered how to adapt it, how to adapt to the new challenges like price, then corn price, raw material price, and so on. And since our topic is about the fatty liver and the health of the fatty liver health, I think the previous presenter has already comprehensive presentations. I just let you know about under tropical conditions. I think the threat of fatty liver syndrome in laying hens. I think we have already knows about the heat stress and then high humidity. Yeah, like other tropical countries in Indonesia, also has high temperature and high humidity. with the high temperatures may affect chicken diet and metabolism, of course. I think our colleague, previous presenters have mentioned it clearly about the heat stress. But high humidity can exacerbate heat stress and susceptibility to fatty liver syndrome. There is a prevalence of fatty liver up around 16% worldwide, I think, including in Indonesia. When we discuss with the layer farmers, they are facing also the problem of fatty liver, especially during the peak productions. When we not well managed about the preparation of pullet production, maybe the heavy body weight, for example. So with the fatty liver problem that reaching to 16% worldwide may affect feed intake, egg production, egg weight, even laying hen mortality, and of course they will result a huge economic loss for the layer industry. And some issues, how to mitigate, how to anticipate the problem of fatty liver syndromes, among other pullet rearing management system that can lead to fatty liver syndromes because of the body weights, for example. Pullet body weight should refer to the weight standard set by the company. Well, pullet that have a high body weights and fat proportions are highly susceptible to fatty liver. So it means the body weight during the pullet preparations, pullet production system must be taken with care and attention. And also system of housing, cage or cage-free. It is typically for cage hens with high energy diet and exposed to high temperatures in the warm season. They have a problem of this fatty liver. And the most productive animals are often the most affected because they are quick and metabolism. However, it is not so clear the involvement of some strains, whether there is a different strain to adapt with the high productive performance with the case of fatty liver. But the temperature, humidity is quite an important factor. As we know, the fatty liver role of the liver in the poultry is dominant. The liver is involved in an array of metabolic and homeostatic function and considered a biochemical factor is responsible for most of the synthesis, metabolism, excretion, and detoxification processes. So liver is very important. Liver plays an important role in the metabolism of lipids, carbohydrates, and protein. So having livestock, having a poultry with a healthy liver is very important in this aspect. So I think you are already familiar, or at least knows about the symptoms of liver disease. Some of the thing like look like tired, listless, pale of the trichome, open mouth, breathing, heaving, weight loss and weight gain, and then decreasing egg production and diarrhea and large empty tummy and so on. So chicken with fatty liver syndrome have hepatic status more severe cases, especially development blood and liver rupture. And physiological status and environment factors may positively affect the development of fatty liver syndrome. For example, overweight, excess of abdominal fat, high level of plasma estrogen, or high ambient temperature. This is the thing that we should consider. I think fatty liver, I think you have already got some information. The cause on the origin of the cause of fatty liver in the laying hens, among others, imbalance of lipid metabolism, oxidative damage, energy protein content and sources, and also micronutrients. For example, talking about the imbalance of lipid metabolism, so under normal condition, liver fat metabolism is in dynamic balance, which is mainly maintained by the mutual coordination of processes fat uptake, synthesis, oxidative utilization, transport in the liver. When any of this link is damaged, such as increased fat uptake, so lipid fat or fat in the feed increase, for example, and then may block assembly and transport through or reduce oxidative utilization. So fat will be deposited in the liver cell, forming fatty liver. While the utilization of fat by increasing fat contents in the feed may be one of the way how to reduce the effect of heat stress. But in consequence, there will be the problem of metabolism, like fat depositions in the liver cell that may damage the fatty liver. The aspect of oxidative damage, when laying hen are at peak productions, the novo synthesis of fatty acids in the liver is vigorous, and a large number of toxic substances, such as oxygen-free radicals, are produced. When the removal capacity of free radical scavengers in the body is exceeded, excess free radical will peroxidation with biofilm lipids, and then the damage of membrane structure leads to oxidative damage of the liver, which induce fatty liver. This is, and then as previous speaker talking about the nutritional approach, energy, protein content, and sources. Because excess energy intake in laying hens and the energy or protein ratio in the diet are the main factors that may cause fatty liver. Different source of energy and protein will also affect the liver fat. Cages, cages or non-cages production systems lead to limited activities, reduce energy consumption, large feed intakes, and increase energy intakes, and excess energy is converted into fat and deposited in the liver through gluconeogenesis. So the balance between energy and protein is quite important, and system of production, whether cake or cakes-free, should be considered. Energy contents protein source. When the energy protein ratio value in the diet is too high, it means energy is higher than protein. In case of high energy, increase the metabolic burden of the liver, unable to metabolize, and then many fatty acids in the body deposited. In case of low protein, leads to insufficient of lipoprotein synthesis. Lipid transport is blocked and can be transported from the liver, and then increasing the accumulation of fat in the liver. Other things about the macronutrients. Macronutrients are the choline, cholines, methionine, vitamin C, vitamin A, vitamin B, group of ferro, mangan, cobalt, zinc, selenium in the feed participate in the synthesis of lipoprotein or the cofactors of lipoproteins to carry fat out on the liver. So the role of macronutrients in this case is quite interesting and quite important. For example, like zinc, selenium, because there's an antioxidant. And also methionine and cholines are precursor of phosphatidylcholines in the body and are involved in the synthesis of very low density lipid. When these nutrients are deficient or insufficient, liver fat transport is blocked and depositions occur. So it's mean the balanced nutrient, including macronutrients, is quite important. How to prevent and the treatment of fatty liver in laying hen? This is approach like precision feed nutrition, so standardize the breeding management system, treatment of fatty liver in laying hen. So I think precision nutrition, I think already mentioned about the role of nutrition can reduce the like energy protein ratio, balance of amino acid, and so on. And then standardize. I think we can skip this slide because this might be for the breeding industry. Now, treatment of fatty liver in the laying hens using feed additive, I think that can increase fat metabolism. Maybe such bile acid. Some reports already exist about the utilization of bile acid. Because bile acid can promote the metabolism and excretion of fatty acids and reduce the accumulation of fat in the liver. So just to have a note about the situation in Indonesia, Indonesia's egg production has been so far able to fulfill Indonesian egg demand there is the fact that X supply is more, yeah. So we have more access on X, and then under situations when the feed raw materials price is increasing, so the feed price is also increased. That makes the problem about the X prices, because of also affected by the demand, because there's oversupply of egg production, while the feed prices also increase. And then the way how to mitigate, how to anticipate, how to reduce this feed costs, for example. So we need several strategies. That the strategies taken to improve feed efficiency and prevent the threats. For example, in this case, fatty liver syndrome. Among others, the way how to prevent the fatty liver syndromes, like pooled clearance management system, feed management, including utilization of feed additives, and also how to manage the stress, including heat stress. I think that's all my presentation. Thank you very much, Ms. Chui. Sorry for there's some inconvenience for this presentation. I hand over to you. Thank you. Please, if you have any comment.
No problem, Professor. Thank you so much, Professor Ali. Thanks for your sharing. Professor shared from the current situation of poultry feed production to the threat to fatty liver syndrome. So, which is a very nice sharing. Thank you again to Professor for the interesting sharing. And I got 2 questions in the talking box. So, question 1, our audience asked, I would like to know what causes the oxidative damage, because you just mentioned that oxidative damage is one of the causes of fatty liver, right?
Yeah.
So
yeah.
What causes oxidative damage?
Yeah, the oxidative damage, I think, through the metabolism in the liver. Yeah, that's why the utilizations of antioxidants like vitamins and then mineral, macro mineral like selenium and so on can reduce the problem of the fatty liver. But the mode of actions, I think I should consult for the way how to explain more details about the mechanism. But some some trial and some mechanism of actions that there is the role of antioxidants can minimize the problem of fatty liver.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Ali. This is the question 1. And question 2 is, you just said that we need to pay attention to the dietary amino acid level in the diet of lean hens. So I would like to know which amino acid have the greatest effect on fatty liver in lean hens.
This is a very good question, because personally, I don't know exactly which amino acids, because the role of amino acid is for the metabolism, especially I think there is no single effect that can reduce the problem of the problem of fatty liver. But I think our colleagues may help to explain about which if there is a trial or research. Dr. Chai Yapom may help to respond this excellent question.
So I think the most important thing for this question is to keep the amino acid balance in the diet, right? This is the most important thing, I think. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Ali.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. So now it's my turn. I'm the last one today, and what I want to do today is to share with you the content of fatty liver, and then briefly introduce our company, the Lachance Group. Then I will start right now. I'm gonna share my screen. Okay. So the topic that I'm gonna share with you guys today is ensuring liver health. It's the base for ensuring poultry profits. And I'm gonna introduce myself very quickly. So my name is Tracy, and I graduated from Swedish University of Agricultural Sciences, and my major is animal science. And now I'm working in Lachance Group. And my content is divided into four parts. The first part is liver challenges in lean hens, and the second part is how do bioacids protect poultry liver health, and the third part is application cases of bioacids. So I'm gonna show you some cases of bioacids on lean hens. And the fourth part is brief introduction to Lachance Group. So let's start with the first part, liver challenges in lean hens. So recently I received lots of market feedbacks. So one of our customers said that their lean hens were 154 day old, but the laying rate of their lean hens was less than 90%. And they also said that the unquality eggs exceeded the standard. They said that too many broken and shellless eggs, collision and squeezing during transportation, resulting in 7% to 8% shell breaking rate and great economic losses. And other customer also said that their lean hens have really high FAR. Their lean hens didn't look very different from the surface, but the FCR was usually 0.1 to 0.2 higher than normal. So these are the feedbacks that I received recently. So our team dissected these lean hens, and we found a point in common. We found that all of these lean hens have a variety of liver diseases, such as mold liver, toxin liver, fatty liver, drug liver, swollen liver, bleeding liver, broken liver, etc. And today I would like to talk about fatty liver. Well, before that, 把视频关掉。为什么呀？and before that, I would like to explain why liver health is so important. This is because liver is the largest chemical plant in the body, because liver has so many main functions, such as carbohydrate metabolism, lipid metabolism, oxidation of fatty acids, synthesis of lipoprotein, and cholesterol, etc., and also protein metabolism. Storage. What does storage mean? Storage means stores glycogen, iron, and vitamin A, D, and B12. And also, liver has the function of removal of damaged red blood cells, and also detoxification. Remove toxins from the blood, and also synthesis and secrete bile. So, liver for poultry is really important. Liver is the largest chemical plant in the body. And today I would like to talk about fatty liver. because fatty liver is one of the most common nutritional metabolic diseases in lean hens, mainly due to excessive accumulation of fat in the liver cells, which affects the normal function of the liver. Lean hens with fatty liver are difficult to reach the peak of egg production, and the egg production rate generally rises to about 85% and then gradually declines. And the incidence of fatty liver in caged lean hens is usually 5% to 30%, accounting for 8% to 30% of all dead lean hens. And last month, I just got a case from Bangladesh. Our customer said that their lean hens were 25-week-old, and the egg production rate was around 86%, but the mortality of their layers was 0.22% per day. So what's the causes of fatty liver syndrome? The causes of fatty liver syndrome are very different, are varied, including like genetic factors, nutritional factors, management factors, environmental factors, stress stimulation, and toxic and also harmful substances in feed. Well, this afternoon, our professors have talked a lot about causes of fatty liver syndrome. So here, I'd like to share 3 main causes of fatty liver syndrome. So the first one is in opposite energy and protein level. So in order to increase the production potential of lean hens and ensure that lean hens can quickly enter the production peak, lean hens are fed a diet with high energy and low protein levels. When the high energy feed reaches more than 66.94%, the incidence of fatty liver syndrome reaches more than 30%. And the second cause of fatty liver syndrome that I would like to share with you is nutrient deficiency. When the diet lacks vitamins such as vitamin B, vitamin E, and trace elements, such as zinc, copper, calcium, etc. The body's protein synthesis of layers is affected, such as lipoprotein. If the synthesis of lipoprotein is affected, the efficiency of fat being transported out of the liver will be reduced. And even liver function will be blocked so that the amount of fat in the liver cells will gradually increase, resulting in fatty liver syndrome. And the second cause that I would like to share with you guys is mycotoxins. Mycotoxins, some studies have already shown that aflatoxin in feed is one of the important causes of fatty liver, and more than 20 milligram per kilogram of aflatoxin in food on the same day will reduce egg production and egg quality. Lean hens with mycotoxins poisoning are mainly have a light yellow liver, crisp texture, and fat content can increase by more than 50%. So I mainly I want to share these 3 main causes of fatty liver syndrome. So the second part that I would like to share with you guys is how do bile acids protect poultry liver health. So, well, first of all, I'm gonna introduce bile acids because maybe some audience, this is the first time for some audience to heard about bile acids. So what is bile acid? Bile acid is the main active component of bile. It's a series of sterols produced in the process of cholesterol metabolism in animals. You know, it's a substance present in the body of animals. It's very safe and effective. And it's also an active ingredient necessary for the digestion and absorption of fat in the body of animals. And also the characteristics of bile acid is that, you know, bile acid have both hydrolyphic and lipophilic groups. So this is a little concept of bile acid, and this is our product Lunun. So our product Lunun, the main ingredients of our product Lunun is 30% bile acid and 70% carrier. So the main functions of our product Lunun is enhance lipid digestion. Well, this is the first function, and the second function is protect liver health. So our product can be used on livestock, poultry, ruminant, shrimp, and fish. And for poultry, our suggested feeding rates of our product Lunun is 200 to 1300 grams per ton of feed. So this is our product. So how bile acids enhance lipid digestion? I just said that the first function of bile acids is to enhance lipid digestion. So how? Well, this is because bile acid in the first step, bile acid can emulsify fat into small droplets, and in the second step, bile acids can activate lipids for hydrolyzation. And in the third step, bile acids can carry fatty acids pass into bloodstream. So because of this, bile acids can increase fat utilization rate by 15 to 20%. And compare with other emulsifiers, you know, the essential difference between bile acids and emulsifier is that bile acids participate in the whole three steps of fat utilization. So this is the unique difference between bile acids and emulsifier. And then I would like to talk about how bile acids protect liver health. You know, I just mentioned that the second function of bile acids is to protect liver health. So how? Well, bile acids protect the liver health from two aspects. The first one is that bile acids can help to prevent fatty liver. So how bile acids help to prevent fatty liver? This is because bile acid can activate FXR. So what is FXR? FXR is the farnesyl X receptor. So bile acid activate FXR. It has the characteristics of anti-amidation, maintain normal lipid metabolism, you know, play an cholestasis, anti-liver fibrosis, etc., and can also, you know, reduce triglyceride synthesis and increase triglycerides clearance. And also bile acids can help to, you know, promote the synthesis of very low density lipoprotein, enhance the transport of triglyceride, reduce deposition, and prevent fatty liver. So this is basically the action mechanism of how bile acids protect liver health. I mean, you know, prevent fatty liver. And then I would like to explain why bile acids can help to, you know, degrade MAC toxins. Well, first of all, bile acids in the diet inhibit the growth of MAC toxin mycelia and in a dose-dependent manner. Well, next I'm going to show you the proof. So this is the proof. This is experiment that Nanjing Agricultural University did. From this picture, you can see that. So this is the bile acid concentration. You can see that. So from the picture, we can see that bile acids in the diet inhibit the growth of mycotoxin mycelia. You can see the mycotoxin mycelia decrease with the increase with the concentration of bile acids. You can see that, right? So this is the first proof. And then bile acids in the gut can accelerate the degradation of mycotoxins. So why? This is because in the gut, non-polar groups of bile acids bind to mycotoxins, enhancing the water solubility of toxin, and also improve the ability of intestinal enzymes to enzymatic hydrolysis of mycotoxins, so that mycotoxins can be transformed into non-toxin substances and discharged with feces to reduce the harm of mycotoxins. And also bile acids activate the FXR signaling pathway in the liver, promote the expression of foreign body metabolism enzymes related to mycotoxin metabolism, and accelerate the clearance of mycotoxin in the blood. Then I'm going to show you the proof. It's also an experiment. It's an experiment that Huazhong Agricultural University did. This university did this experiment from this picture. From this picture, we can see that bile acids activate the FXR signaling pathway in the liver, promote the expression of foreign body metabolism enzymes related to mycotoxin metabolism, and also, accelerate the clearance of mycotoxin in the blood. Well, if you guys need this article to read, you can tell us. We will send it to your email. But now it's a pity that it's a Chinese version, but I will translate to English version for you guys to be a reference. And the third part is application cases of bile acids. I'm going to show you some cases. So this is the first one. It's also a scientific article. This experiment shows the effects of bile acids on liver fat metabolism of lean hens during peak laying period. So in this experiment, a total of 144 30-week-old high-line brown lean hens were randomly divided into four groups. So group one is the control group, and group 2, group 3, and group 4 were supplemented with bile acids. So from this picture, we can see that the addition of bile acid in the diet decreased the serum. This is the serum triglyceride and the cholesterol index, and also inhibits the fat deposition in the liver. So this is the first case. The second case is also a scientific article did by Shandong Agricultural University. This article shows that the effects of bile acids on liver fat metabolism in broilers. So from these two bars, we can see that adding bile acids to the diet can reduce triglyceride levels in serum and the liver of broilers and promote fat metabolism. You can see that the blood triglyceride levels reduced after adding bile acids. So this is the second scientific article that I would like to share with you guys. And here, these are the effects of bile acid on laying hens. Some audience may say that what's the effects of bile acid on laying hens? So here I'm gonna show you. So for 0 to 6 week old, bile acids can help to promote shank and body weight up to standard. And after 40 week old, bile acids can help to protect liver health, reduce mortality, because of fatty liver. And bile acids can also help to improve the egg production rate, reduce the rate of unqualified eggs, such as pimpled eggs, soft-shelled eggs, mishapen eggs. And the dosage of bile acids for laying hens is 200 to 300 grams per ton feed. And then I'm going to show you some cases. So this is the first one. So this case shows after adding bile acids, the production performance of laying hens were improved, and FCR was decreased. So in this case, 3,157-day-old ISA brown layers were used, and we did this experiment in 2016. The dosage of bile acid in this case was 200 grams per ton. So this is the result. So from this table, we can see that after adding bile acids, laying rate increased by 3.24%, from 90% to 93%, and broken egg rate decreased by 0.77%, decreased from 0.94% to 0.17%, and also mishappened egg rate decreased by 0.72%. You can see that from 0.98% to 0.24%, and also the mortality rate. You can see that this is the mortality rate, and this is the control group, and this is the bile acid group. So mortality decreased by 2.1%, from 3.7% to 1.6%, and also FCR decreased by 0.09. Yeah, this is the first case, and the second case. So this case shows the effect of bile acid on production performance for aged laying hens. Why I said aged laying hens? You can see that in this case, the age of these layers was 516-day-old highline brown layers. And in this case, the dosage of bile acids is 250 grams per ton. And this is the table, this is the results table, and this is the control group, and this is the renewal group, bile acid group. From this table, we can see that after adding 250 grams per ton renewal in the basal diet, the drop in egg production was elevated, and mortality decreased. You can see this is the mortality. Mortality decreased by 0.3%, from 1.2% to 0.98%, and FCR reduced by 0.25, from 2.51 to 2.26. So this is the second case. So in the second case, actually we had big surprise. Why I said big surprise? This is because after using bile acid, the liver of the laying hens became healthier. So with healthy livers, lean hens grew new feathers. And you can see from these two pictures, this is the picture before using bile acid, and this is the picture after using bile acid. Compare with these two pictures, you can see that after adding bile acids, lean hens grew new feathers. And in this case, the average body weight of this lean hens increased by 75 grams. And this is the third case. Well, the third case we did in China, and we also used the local species of lean hens is Nongda number 3 lean hens. And the age of these layers was 50 week old. And in this case, the dosage of bile acids in the first 5 days was 1 kilogram per ton feed. And then reduce to 500 grams per ton feed for the last 7 days. Why the dosage of bile acid in this case became very big? Well, this is because the mortality in this farm became really, really bad. So that's why we increased the dosage of bile acids. But the results, this is the results table, and this is the picture, the trend of mortality. So from the picture, you can see that this is before using bile acid, and this is in the process of using bile acid, and this is after using bile acids. So from the picture, you can see that the mortality decreased significantly after using bile acids. Yes, this is the third case. And then I would like to share the application scheme of Lunyu and bile acid in lean hens. So in the rearing period, the dosage of bile acid that I recommend is 200 grams per ton. And the effects of bile acids is the effect of bile acids in rearing period is promote growth and development, improve uniformity, and also promote both body weight and shin length to reach the standard. And in lean period, the dosage of bile acid that I recommended is 250 grams per ton. So in this period, the effect of bile acids is to promote earlier start of production, quickly reach the peak of egg production, and prolong the peak period of egg production. And also in the late lean period, if you want to prevent fatty liver, then the dosage that that I would like to recommend is 250 to 300 grams per ton. If you use this dosage in the late lean period, then the effect of bile acids is to prevent fatty liver, elevate the decline in egg production, improve eggshell quality, reduce the weight loss of calling chickens, and also reduce mortality rate. And if you found that your layings have really bad fatty liver problems, and the mortality is really high due to fatty liver problems, then the dosage that I recommend to you is, for the first week, the dosage is 1 kilogram per ton, and for the second week, the dosage of bile acid is 500 grams per ton, and for the third week, the dosage of bile acid can be reduced to 250 grams per ton. So this is basically the application scheme of Lunyu in lean hens. So the last part, the fourth part that I'm gonna introduce our our company, Lachance Group, very briefly. So this is a development line of our company. So from this line, you can see that our company, Lachance Group, was established in 2004. And in 2009, we began to have overseas market. And in 2018, we had our Australia branch. And in 2019, we have our own academic workshop station. And in this year, I mean 2023, we started to have our overseas branches. And we also built our global largest bioacid industrial park. Next, I'm going to show you our industrial park. And before that, I'm going to introduce the Lachance vision. So our vision is to help 6,000 outstanding feed companies and 10 million farming practitioners to safely create wealthy. And we also want to focus on research and development, natural extracted feed additives, leading husbandry industry, saving cost and optimize production. Yeah, this is the vision of Lachance Group. And here I would like to show you our new bioacid industrial park. So at present, this is the global largest bioacid industrial park, and we have and we are the bioacids mandatory standard setter, and we produced 60,000 tons of bioacids. And bioacid industrial park is a state-of-the-art patent natural extraction technology. We have this kind of technology and a fully automatic production line. Non-pollution from material to product. And in this industrial park, we have central control system. Product quality are totally traceable and controllable. And this picture shows our research and development power. So we have our own fatty acid research center. We can provide some free service to our customers, such as fatty acids analyze, oil test, mycotoxin test, amino acid test, and we provide all of this test for free to our customers. So if you guys have this kind of requirement, you can tell us. We can manage to help you to do this kind of test. And this is also a picture to show our research and development power. So we are leading by academician, cooperation with global top professions, and now we have 3 research and development platforms. Mainly, aquatic diseases, liver health, and also, platforms study on the fat metabolism in poultry. So this is the 3 main research and development platforms. And also, these are the research and development achievements. So at present, we already have had 19 SCI articles, and we cooperated with with so many universities all over the world, so such as China Agricultural University, Nanjing Agricultural University, Korea University, and so on. And then these other articles that we already published in the online. If you guys, this is the titles. Yeah, this is the titles. If you guys need these articles for reference, you can just tell us. Yes, and this is other articles that we already published. And finally, this is the main markets. At present, we already have so many partners from all over the world, such as Cargill, the Hens, CP Group, New Hope, and so on. And in the future, we really hope that you will be one of our partners. Yeah. And this is all the content that I would like to share with you guys today. Thank you so much. Thank you for listening. And here I received 2 questions from our audience. So the first question is, what is the shelf life of renewal our product? Okay, the shelf life of our product renewal is around 1.5 years. And you have to put in the place without humidity. Yeah. And the second question, and the second question that I received is, my layers have a mortality rate of 2% due to fatty liver. Can bile acid be used to reduce the mortality? Well, the mortality rate is around 2% due to fatty liver. Can bile acid be used to reduce? Well, for this question, I would say definitely. So I would like to show you this table again. I just said that for pure fatty liver, so this is the application scheme. I mean, your layers already have a really bad, mortality. So my recommendation for you is to use bile acid for the first week, 1,000 kilogram per ton, and for 1 week, and in the second week, you can reduce the dosage of bile acid to 500 gram per ton, and for the third week, the dosage of bile acid that I recommend is 250 gram per ton. Yes. This is my answer. And the third question that I received just now is, can you give us a technical sales manager for Nepal? Well, if you can, for this question, you can leave your email. We can discuss this question after our meeting in detail. Okay. Thank you. And the fourth question that I received is, okay, I received your email now. I will contact you after meeting. And the last question that I received is it available in India? If so, what's the cost impact per ton currently for layer feed? Well, yes, it's available. It's already available in India now. We have our seller in India, but the price of the price of our product, the detail that I think if you are interested, you can also leave your email to us, and we will talk with you the price, because we have to talk about the price with our seller in India first. Okay. So please leave your email. Thank you so much, and thank you for thank you for that you are interested in our product renewal. I'm interested about your product. Contact me for a further. Okay, I will contact with you, and I already and I have saw your email address. Thank you. May I ask where you come from, which country? Then I can ask the my colleagues in charge of this region. Yeah, I will talk about with our sales manager in charge of this this region. Can I replace emulsifier with this for broiler? Yes, you can. After adding bile acids, after adding renewal, you can replace emulsifier 100%. Okay. Well, this is because I just mentioned that one of the function of bile acid is to improve oil utilization. So after adding bile acids, you don't need to add emulsifier because this will increase because because adding both bile acid and emulsifier will increase the feed cost. Okay. Okay. Can I replace toxin binders in layers as per your theme? Well, for toxin binders, I recommend to after adding bile acids, you can replace 50% toxin binders. Well, when bile acid mixed with toxin binder, they will have better effects. Better effects than you use, only bile acids or only toxin binders. So my suggestion is to replace 50% toxin binders after adding bile acids. Okay. We use liver tonic in India. What's your comment? Well, for me, I recommend you to try bile acid. If you can try, you can compare the effect of using bile acids and using liver tonic. You can compare the effects. You can compare which one is better. Okay. But for me, I recommend you to use bile acids and replace liver tonic, because bile acid is a natural ingredient in the body of layers. It's a natural choice for layers. Bile acids is a natural choice for layers. More questions? Thank you so much for listening. How it is isolated, biotech or natural? Well, I'm not quite understand your question. You mean how we get bile acid? Well, it's natural. Our bile acid is a natural product. We isolated from the poultry bile. It's a natural product. More questions? No more questions, my friends? Okay, thank you so much for your listening. So, dear guests and all online participants, once again, thank you for attending 2023 Lachance Global Forum. So, healthy development of Lachance Hepatobiliary, which has brought huge brilliance and value to this event. In today's conference, with the topic of Lachance liver health, the guests from overseas have delivered their unique presentations and shared their local experiences. Throughout the conference, we have not only heard inspiring success experience, but also faced the challenges and opportunities. We deeply realize that only through cooperation, sharing best practice and innovative solutions can we respond these challenges and achieve our own market competitiveness. As we conclude this conference, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to all the guest speakers, organizers, and participants. Thanks to everyone's efforts, this conference has become a successful industrial event. We hope to maintain close contact, continue sharing knowledge and experience, and work together to promote the healthy development of Lachance. Lachance online conference will continue next year, and we welcome everyone to stay updated and practice once again. If you have any questions regarding this experience, please feel free to email us, and we will respond promptly. Thank you. We will finish this conference. Goodbye. See you next time.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. See you next time.
See you.
Happy conclusion.
Okay, bye. Okay, bye. See you
Bye.
next time.
See you next time.
Thank you.
Bye. Tracy. Bye. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you very much for moderating.